Madam Administrator, are you all set? Thank you. It is now 1 o'clock, and we are going to open up our public hearing um, for the Appropriations Committee. We have a relatively short public hearing list compared to some other committees, and we will move right along. So what we are going to do is start with number one, which is Mike D'Amico. Mike, Representative D'Amico, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not often that I get to be number one, so I'm really thrilled. So Senator Austin and Representative Walker, wherever you are, and Representative Exum and Representative Ackert and other members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mike D'Amico. I'm the state representative from Farmington, and I am most grateful to this committee for raising House Bill 5421, which is item number 11 on your agenda today, an act establishing an account to provide durable medical equipment to healthcare facilities. So in working with members of the disability community and their advocates for several years, one recurring problem stands out: the physical inaccessibility of healthcare facilities across Connecticut. And we've made some progress of late. Just 2 years ago, the General Assembly passed Public Act 24-113, which requires staff training on procedures for patients with accessibility needs, taking an inventory of medical diagnostic equipment, and creating a plan to address those gaps in inventory. So in a few minutes, you'll be hearing from some of my constituents and several others about the dearth of a particular type of durable medical equipment, specifically patient mechanical lifts in healthcare facilities. The bill before you today, House Bill 5421, will go a long way towards solving this problem. It'll create a separate non-lapsing account called the Healthcare Facility Durable Medical Equipment Account in the amount of $1 million to be used by the Department of Public Health to make grants to healthcare facilities to purchase durable medical equipment to be used by elderly persons and persons with disabilities. So I'm focusing on patient mechanical lifts. They are a particular problem as many healthcare facilities are lacking both an adequate number of those lifts as well as a range of lift types. This legislation would assist these facilities in expanding both the numbers and types of lifts, thus increasing patient safety. So I have a couple of suggestions regarding the legislation. I'm hoping that you'll consider amending House Bill 5421 to include all facilities that are listed in the Public Act that was passed a couple years ago, Public Act 24-113, specifically hospitals, outpatient clinics, long-term care facilities, and hospice facilities. So just for your information, we had an informal working group a couple of years ago that looked into the issue of lifts, and we discovered, and it wasn't a surprise, that there are a variety of different types of lifts to accommodate people with all different disabilities. One size does not fit all, and that was one of the problems that we identified, is that many of these facilities, they'll have one lift and they'll have two lifts, but they won't have lift number 7 that is the one that is needed to accommodate a particular need for a patient. So we're hoping that with this legislation, we can get closer to the goal of providing lifts and other equipment to accommodate people. And the final thing I will mention is that in a few minutes, you're going to be hearing from representatives from the Citizens Coalition for Equal Access, which is a grassroots group formed in Farmington. I've been working with them for several years. You will be hearing some harrowing stories about people falling out of lifts and falling off of exam tables and so forth. And this is a real problem. And hopefully we can begin to address this with this legislation. And I think I'm done. And I'm going to welcome your questions.
I'm not certain we're going to have any questions, but if you could send us the average price of a couple of these lifts so we have an idea on how far would $1 million go, that would be great.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? See, we're a very good group here.
Wow, this was easy. Okay.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you for even considering this legislation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Up next is Representative Rochelle. Is she here yet? No. Okay. Up next online is Mayor Passero from New London. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Senator Austin. If Representative Walker is there, good morning, and good morning to the entire committee. I'm speaking in support of full allocation of the Mashantucket, Pequot, and Mohegan fund for revenues for our municipality. I'll also be submitting this testimony in writing for you, so I'm just going to summarize it in these few remarks. But just to set the background for my support, I am the mayor of the city of New London. I lead a city comprised of predominantly the working poor. 60% of the families in my city are ALICE households. That's asset limited, income constrained, but employed. 20% of the families in my city live below the poverty threshold. 48% of my city is tax exempt. The burden of providing municipal services to the tax exempt properties fall upon the working poor of my city. The current affordability crisis is disproportionately affecting the already economically disadvantaged families in my city. The regressive nature of our principal revenue source, the property tax, precludes our ability to simply increase property taxes without further harming the families in my city. 60% of the revenues for the city come from the property tax. 30% of the revenues come from the state. Tax-exempt properties and unfunded state mandates make us heavily dependent on the state to maintain municipal services. The amount of state aid has decreased from 41% of our revenue in 2017 to just 33% of our revenue in 2026. This has required drastic cuts in municipal services and, most importantly, it has made it very, very difficult for us to fund our share of the local school district. So that brings me to the discussion today, and I think we have a great opportunity this year to correct something that's become a bit of an injustice, and that's the diversion of the Mohegan Pequot Fund. And I know I'm speaking to the choir with you, Senator Austin. You've been a great supporter of this legislation and have got it passed passed previously. We're hoping for that same success this year. This is the opportunity. The Mohegan Pequot Fund was established in 1994 to provide revenue to all 169 towns and cities, and particularly those directly impacted by casino operations within the tribal nations. These funds are derived from 25% of the gross slot revenues generated by Foxwoods Resort Casino and Mohegan Sun. Regrettably, over time, the state has routinely diverted significant portions of this revenue to offset state budget deficits, reducing the amounts distributed to municipalities. Sorry about that. So I'm going to leave it there, but I think we have a historic opportunity here this year. The state no longer needs to be diverting the revenue that was originally to supplement our municipalities, and New London desperately needs the restoration of this revenue stream for us. Madam Chair, I would be happy to take any questions that my remarks have generated.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just, you said good morning. I know New London is a long way away, but we have reached afternoon up here.
I guess I shouldn't have drafted my comments this morning, but
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony today, and I am super supportive of SB 388. But I know the answer to this question, but I just want it on the record. What services have you had to reduce in the City of New London because of the decrease in state revenue that is coming into the City of New London?
It's been principally on the city side. We have been able to, since I've been mayor, keep an average of a 3% increase every year to the school district. However, on the city side, we have not been able to keep up with that. So for instance, our Public Works Department is now roughly half of what it was 10 years ago when I took over. A lot of our costs for police and fire, for our public safety, are fixed. The number of personnel are fixed, so we have a lot less leeway there. So pretty much everything else, all the other municipal services have to get cut in order to continually to cover the rising costs without increasing taxes. And we, it became a perfect storm, as you know, Representative Gajewski. I think my local delegation knows this the best. It became a perfect storm after the 2023 reval, with the burden shift that now many other municipalities that have since gone through it are realizing, when the shift in the tax burden went from commercial to residential. Despite lowering the mill rate, we could not save our families from a dramatic property tax increase. And the pain that delivered on our cities and on our families was palatable here. They're barely getting over it. We have managed, in the last 2 fiscal years to regain some tax stability and not raise taxes anymore. We will not be in a position to raise property taxes this year. So we will have to even cut deeper to cover the inevitable fixed cost increases, like 15% for health insurance this year, and our contractual obligations to employees. So that's a long-winded answer, but I thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mayor, and I thank you for getting that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set, Mayor. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. Up next is Jason Bauza. Jason, First Selectman of East Windsor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Bauza, and I am the First Selectman in the town of East Windsor, and I'd like to speak to you about 2 items that are on your agenda today. First, Senate Bill 388, and this is, I'm going to speak less eloquently than my leader, Mayor Passero, just did, but I will say that having the state keep its commitment to fully funding PQAT funds is a meaningful improvement for municipal funding that municipalities receive from the state. For many, many years, the state has underfunded its commitments to pilot, to ECS, to MRSA, to LOCIP. And what happens when we build our budgets based on the information that we're told from the legislature we can expect is we're left in a position where we either need to cut services or raise taxes. There is no other place for us to go other than those 2 options. So I support Senate Bill 388 and fully funding the PQAT grant. The second bill that I want to talk to you about is Senate Bill 390, and this hits more directly in my community than in many. But it directs the Commissioner of DOT to conduct a study about microtransit systems. We've had the good fortune of operating under a pilot program to extend microtransit transportation in my community over the last 2 years. It has provided 30,000 rides per year to people largely who are disadvantaged and don't have access to transportation in their own right. The largest pickup and drop-off point for the microtransit program in the town of East Windsor is Mill Pond Village, which is about 10% of my total population, about 80% of whom do not own a car. So this transportation allows them to have access to jobs, to post-secondary education, to doctor's appointments, to fresh food, because absent the opportunity that the microtransit program provides, they would have to rely on either much more expensive Lyft and Uber rides, or they'd have to be getting their groceries from the Dollar General that is in walking distance. And I think everybody can appreciate that that is not a good alternative for them. So while the state is reviewing the microtransit program, I just want to go on record as saying that the program that's been in place in the town of East Windsor for the last 2 years has truly been successful. And as the study moves forward, I would encourage you to extend that pilot, because what we have in place in my community is working. We're appreciative of that, and we'd like to see that continue as the state takes a more holistic look towards those programs. So those are my comments. I appreciate your time, and I'll take any questions anybody has.
We appreciate you coming down. Any comments or questions? Representative Walker?
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you for coming to testify. What percentage of your population are renters?
Renters? I'd have to look at the advanced
Okay.
CT statistics. I want to say it's about 35%.
About 35%, okay. And your average age, your population?
My population is 20% older than the state average. So the average the average population in the state of Connecticut is 41 years old. In my community, it's 49. And that's actually a great point, because the second most frequented drop-off and pickup spot is my affordable housing, is my elderly housing complex, my housing authority. Those people rely on a means of getting to places that they need to get to. And the town provides, to the best of our ability, an option for that, but it's not as expansive as what these people need. So between the 10% of my population that lives in low-income housing and doesn't have access to transportation, and the folks who live in our housing authority, this is a deeply impactful program in the town of East Windsor, and it services the town of Enfield as well. I'm glad you guys are doing the study about it. You're going to find, I think, that these are very good means of bridging that gap in terms of places that are like mass transit deserts. It's working for us, and I'd ask that you consider continuing that as you move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Ackert?
Thank you, First Selectman. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you, sir.
I just want to follow up with that a little bit. Give me those numbers again, because we struggle, in the rural area, right? And why we remain rural and why we talk about not having housing that we need is because nobody can get to us, or we can't get to the areas that we need to get to. So just reiterate the numbers that you spoke about, the value that it had for your community.
So thank you for that question. And if you look demographically at the town of Coventry versus the town of East Windsor, we are strong corollaries. So in my community of 11,000 people, which is roughly that of what Coventry is, we have about 10% of our population that lives in this one apartment complex called Mill Pond Village. We have another 100 or so residents, which pushes that probably to 12% of my total population that lives in our housing authority. This program over the last 2 years has provided just shy of 30,000 rides per year at a rate for these residents of $3 per ride per direction. So $6 round trip gets you to work, gets you to your place of higher education, gets you to a doctor's appointment, gets you to a grocery store. That I don't know how else they were doing this before. And to have this service that we fought for many years to get activated, potentially be defunded while there's this broader study going on, would be a true loss for my community.
Thank you for that, because we are literally right off of 384.
Yep.
Just a highway right there, and we got nothing. And we have Bolton stop, we have a Coventry stop, but there's nothing coming out to us. So, and it would be such a value. I know that our town council member is really strong about expanding this more. I have always said what's part of the issues that we have in Connecticut is we don't have a true mass transit system. Right. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I could just follow up on that last point, so we don't have a true mass transit system, but many of our communities don't have the market share to justify one. But the mass transit system, or the microtransit system, really bridges that gap, and it's been successful in my community.
And I meant to say microtransit rather than mass, but the micro ones is what we're after. We would love to have them come out our way. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the First Selectman? Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it. Up next is Denise Rapp, Litchfield First Selectman.
Thank you very much. I thank you to the Appropriations Committee and especially to Senator Austin for keeping this issue of Senate Bill 388 in the forefront. My name is Denise Rapp, and I am the first selectman for the town of Litchfield. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 388, which would restore the Mashantucket Pequot funding back to Litchfield and to the 43 other municipalities that were discontinued distribution in 2018. For smaller and rural communities like Litchfield, predictable funding from the state and this fund is critical to maintain services that our residents rely on. Municipalities, as you know, have limited revenue streams beyond our local property taxes. In Litchfield, we've worked hard over the past 6 years, I can say, to practice fiscal discipline. We've reduced borrowing, we've improved efficiencies through automation, we've prioritized essential services. But despite these efforts, the loss of this funding and state funding, in addition to increased unfunded mandates, continues to have an impact on our ability to maintain our infrastructure, to support public safety, and bring more social service programs to our older population that's rising in this area of the state. Today, the amount of allocated monies to the municipality is lower since the program began in 1994. 88 million was distributed back then. Now it's down to 54 million. Despite the rising cost to municipal towns and the growing demand for services. Senate Bill 388 would increase the amount distributed through the fund to 152 million, which I'm in favor of, especially at a time when the state is enjoying a great surplus. For towns like Litchfield and other communities with limited commercial tax bases, this funding would provide critical non-property tax revenue and help reduce some of the growing pressure placed on our local property taxpayers. It also represents an opportunity to restore fairness to our towns and stability. I know other towns around us have also enjoyed an increase in that Pequot funding. So all I'm saying today is I hope that you'll support the Senate Bill 388 and help us keep our budget sustainable and being responsible stewards of the money and keeping with its original intention. And I welcome any questions that anybody has for me. And I agree with my colleague, Mayor Pissarro. It's really important that this funding comes back to the towns that were eliminated in 2018. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, First Selectman. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you are all set. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Up next is Mary Ann Langton. Mary Ann, you're online. The floor is yours.
Mary Ann wants to apologize for not being there because she's having mechanical problems with her car. So she said, or else she would be there in person. Yeah. All right.
So,
Hello, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members. My name is Marian Lanting from West Hartford, and my personal assistant, Kayla Sage from Hartford, will be reading this testimony from CT Adapt. CT Adapt is a chapter of the National Adapt organization. We, as the national organization, fight for the civil liberties of people with disabilities by advocating before governmental agencies, networking with organizations, and engaging in nonviolent direct action. All these strategies are used to ensure the civil and human rights of people with disabilities to live in freedom. We are strongly in favor of an act establishing an account to provide durable medical equipment to healthcare facilities, HB 5421. For the last 5 years, we have been urging the legislators to improve healthcare equipment for people with disabilities. We are grateful for what we have accomplished with regard to medical diagnostic equipment. But now we must move on to durable medical equipment, especially mechanical lifts to help people transfer. People with disabilities are entitled to the same healthcare options just like you, but a number of patients with disabilities have been unable to participate in sleep studies because there wasn't a lift available to transfer them to and from the hospital bed. One of our ADAPT members was even dropped on the floor because there was not an accessible lift to get her on the stretcher for a procedure. We urge you to take a step forward with creating an account to provide durable medical equipment to healthcare facilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Exum.
I just want to say good afternoon to Marianne. You are a staunch advocate, and I know you would have been here had it not been for equipment. But thank you for continuing to advocate for this really important cause, and I just want to say hello to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you both. Up
Thank you.
next is a panel. This panel will have 10 minutes, and they are Ruth Groby, Charles Hutchinson, James Moger, and Tiffany McDonald, the Citizens Coalition for Equal Access. Are you all on? I see you over there. Is that A or is that B? They're all together. Oh, they're all together? Okay. All right, guys.
Greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Ruth Groby, and I'm the Secretary of the Citizens Coalition for Equal Access. And these are all members, and we want to thank our Representative Mike D'Amico for introducing us to you. We have been advocating for a number of years in alliance with the Disability Interest Group of students at the UConn School of Medicine, advocating for healthcare, physical accessibility of healthcare facilities. And so today we would like to speak in favor of HB 5421 because over the past 7 years, we have been hearing about lift problems from many people across the state. That go beyond the direct experiences of the Citizens Coalition members that you're going to hear from today. We have heard from people in nursing homes and Veterans Administration, medical facilities, as well as from patients of the largest private healthcare organizations in the state. There is a big problem with both inadequate numbers of lifts and with the range of lift types that are provided. Lifts are needed in hospital and long-term care settings to help people transfer from hospital beds into wheelchairs and vice versa. They are needed in outpatient clinics and radiology facilities to transfer people to and from tables and stretchers. If you have spasticity, and only a Hoyer lift is available, you are in danger of falling out of it if you have an uncontrollable spasm. If you use a passive lift and are asked to bring your own personal sling with you, there is the danger that your sling was made by a different manufacturer and will be incompatible with the lift you will be using at the medical facility. Advocates for people with disabilities realize that the healthcare system is under considerable strain, and HB 5421 would be a substantial help, especially if the language were amended to include all the same facilities already under Public Act 24-113, and that's the act that Mike D'Amico mentioned to you and Marianne Langton about accessible medical diagnostic equipment like scales and exam tables. It would be wonderful to include nursing facilities and hospice facilities in HB 5421. Then there is a further issue that warrants changes to the bill. The training of the medical staff in how to use the lifts with people with physical disabilities who actually need this equipment. In most cases, the present hands-on training is inadequate because the volunteer transferees do not actually have disabilities and are able to help with the transfer process by making subtle, sometimes even unconscious adjustments that help facilitate the transfer. Medical professionals need to experience what it is like to be coached by people with disabilities in how to meet their specific, highly individualized needs as they are in the middle of the transfer process. HB 5421 should be amended to authorize the use of the account funds to also pay people with physical disabilities modest sums to take part in the training process that will come with the acquisition of new lifts. Obviously, participating people with disabilities would have to sign liability waivers. Next, you will hear from Chuck Hutchings, who can't be with us. He's presently assigned to bed rest for a few days. Would it be all right if I read his testimony? Because he's not with us. He's in bed. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. So this is from Charles Hutchings. And Chuck uses a wheelchair. Last week, I had to go to a local hospital for an outpatient procedure to remove a stent.
I'm next.
Although the nurse at New Horizons Village tried to help me line up an ambulance to take me, none of the ambulance companies would do so. I went in my wheelchair and had to be transferred onto a stretcher by the hospital personnel using a lift. When I was transferred to the lift, it turned out that the wheels of the lift were too big to fit under the stretcher. This meant that the lift could not be positioned directly over the stretcher in order to lower me onto it. It took 6 medical personnel to get me transferred, including my doctor who was performing the procedure. We all ended up laughing because it felt like being in a Lucille Ball comedy. After my recovery from the stent removal, we had the same problem getting me back from the stretcher into my wheelchair. But by this time, we had learned from our mistakes, and it only took 4 medical attendants to transfer me. The nurse told me that she didn't know how I managed to laugh. Please raise HB 5421 with the amendments recommended by the Citizens Coalition for Equal Access. So thank you. That's Charles Hutchings' testimony. And next, I'm going to introduce Jamie Mosier, who is the person who is really responsible for our lift advocacy and has been talking about this for years, to share his experience.
Hello, everybody. I would just like to echo what Ruth and Chucky have just said. It's just to let you know, you cannot use able-bodied people to train able-bodied people on how to use the lift. We are the most experienced group of people, meaning people with disabilities, who can really tell able-bodied nurses, doctors, or whoever helping us use the lift. I want to let you know that at one of my last appointments, I was asked to bring somebody with me, and believe it or not, bring the lift with me. So we had the lift and my wheelchair in the van. This is a violation of my medical rights. People in facilities should be trained properly on how to use lifts. I've also fallen out of it more than 6 times. I can't count anymore how many times I've fallen out of a lift. It's absolutely ridiculous. So please make the changes to this bill that we require. They need training by the people who use the lifts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ruth, who do you have up next? Is Tiffany McDonald there?
Yes, good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to give my testimony on House Bill 5421. Many of Connecticut's residents with physical disabilities report problems with the inadequate availability of mechanical lifts to transfer them from one surface to another in medical settings. Here is my personal story. A few months ago, I had an appointment for an endoscopy at a large medical facility in Connecticut. Several days before my procedure, I called to request a lift to help me transfer. When I got there, there was no lift. And when I asked them, they said they couldn't provide one. So while I was still in an exam room waiting to be transferred to the stretcher to the OR, they gave me anesthesia. And I wasn't feeling good at all. And I kept warning them, the staff. They brought a recovery chair to try to help me feel better. But when the two nurses tried to transfer me into the chair, they dropped me on the floor. They eventually got me into the chair, but I was still feeling poorly. They transferred me to another room and made me sit there for about 10 to 15 minutes. I would have been more comfortable in my own wheelchair, but it wasn't available. Eventually, 4 medical personnel arrived with a stretcher and again tried to transfer me manually without a lift. Again, they dropped me on the floor. At this point, I was in considerable amount of pain. So they brought me to the emergency room to perform the endoscopy. The whole experience was horrible, very frightening and painful. Please help our healthcare system to have the equipment available. They will contribute to better health outcomes for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we have another panel of the same people. Eric Valentine, are you in this group? There you go. The floor is yours.
Hello, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Eric Valentine from Unionville, and I have primary progressive multiple sclerosis. I am urging you to support HB 5421 for 2 reasons. First, I have several friends who have had problems with lifts in medical facilities. Facilities, healthcare, if my physical condition worsens with my age, in fact, the provisions of lifts and medical and rehab facilities should be concerns to all of us. As we age, more and more older Americans are struggling with the mobility issues. Yes, we will all want to remain in our own homes, but even a short-term stay in rehab facilities after an operations can result in a need for using a lift. My overall experience as a person with a disability has been our society is not living up to the committee to equity that was made 35 years age by the passage of ADA. Please take it in action. You can to move things in the right direction, include amending and raising HB 5421. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to interrupt for 1 second. Representative DiCaprio, I have 3 other people on this same topic. Do you want them to speak first before you ask questions?
That would be fine, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I'll be right back to you. I did see you. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Suzanne Gariffa?
I'm coming.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Graff. I'm with Suzanne by Exchange and Citizens Coalition for Equal Access and also ADAPT and the Wheelchair Coalition. I'm going to have Ruth Roby read my testimony if you don't mind.
Don't mind at all. Go ahead, Ruth.
Thank you, members of the Appropriation Committee. Recently, this is Suzanne talking. Recently, I went with my personal care attendant to get an MRI at a local hospital. In advance of the appointment, I had asked for a lift to transfer me to the MRI table. Before we started to use the lift, the medical attendant asked me how much I weighed, and she was astounded to learn that I didn't know my weight because none of my doctor's offices have wheelchair accessible scales. Actually, that's changed. In the last month, there's now a wheelchair accessible scale, but this was before that. Next came a problem with the use of the Hoyer lift. Even though I had brought my own sling as requested, the medical personnel didn't know how to use their Hoyer lift with me. I tried to coach them about my particular needs, but they wouldn't listen. They were in too much of a hurry. When I was placed on the MRI table, they had put something under me and bent my legs up higher than they can comfortably go, all the way up to my chest. In addition, they didn't use the correct wedge under my legs to keep my legs bent, which meant my legs were straight. They tied my bad leg so tight that it was hurting, and I said I was in pain. They said it would be fine, that it wouldn't be that long time-wise. I wasn't in the MRI machine yet, and I felt that they were ignoring me when I said I was in pain. The whole experience was very stressful because I wasn't listened to about the Hoyer lift, and I felt demeaned, misunderstood, and mishandled. Funds in the new account at the Department of Public Health should be available for hands-on training of medical personnel using people who actually have disabilities as the test subjects. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Pass this bill, please.
Thank you. Up next, Valerie Rumpf.
Yeah, right here. Good. Just let me know when I'm on camera. Sorry, Sal.
Okay, a little bit more now.
There
Now
you
you're
go.
good.
We can see you now.
All righty. I would like to thank the members of the Appropriations Committee for taking up House Bill 5421.
Yes.
Regarding durable medical equipment, especially lifts in doctors' offices and hospitals. Right. Right now I'm fortunate that I could still do a stand pivot transfer, but I know that there's gonna come a time because I have cerebral palsy and I'm getting on in years. I'm over 50. And there's gonna come a time where where I'm not gonna be able to transfer myself from, from my chair to either the bed or to the exam table or or the stretcher when I'm at a doctor's office or a hospital or, or physical therapy office. And, and I know, that we're gonna need accessible lifts in those places that actually work and staff that are actually trained on how to properly use them so they don't injure people with disabilities further. Because it's hard enough when you have a disability, but it's even worse when you're injured because somebody was not properly trained on how to use the durable medical equipment. So I would urge your support in making sure that this bill gets passed and making sure that the funds are used to fund training for our hospital and doctor's office staff members to get the training on how to use this equipment properly. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Up next is Melissa Taylor.
Yeah.
Can they see?
We can see you.
Okay. My name is Melissa Taylor, and while I do not necessitate a lift right now, I am here to echo support for Ruth Groby's statements and the statements of my peers. This bill, 5421, would lessen the mental load that disabled people travel with. A person with a disability can't just show up somewhere. With so many details involved in our lives, things get forgotten. Even if you call to make sure you have a lift and that people are competent operators have said that. As much as we are told to advocate, sometimes medical professionals might not be comfortable under our direction, highlighting a power struggle that deems able-bodied medical personnel more knowledgeable than a patient that has used a lift for years. When people with disabilities describe negative interactions with medical care, it's never just because somebody was mean once. We are likely describing a pattern of behavior over years where we were blamed for lack of organization, not given enough time for our questions, and treated as an inconvenience for the crime of being how we naturally are. We understand the pressure that everyone's under, but people with disabilities deserve thorough medical care. This bill would fund the equipment and training for that to occur. Thank you.
Good job, Glenn.
Thank you. Representative DiCaprio, you have questions for any one of the 8 people that have just testified?
Just thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. I hear a little echo on this computer.
That's all right. Keep going.
All right. I just have had discussions with Representative D'Amico, in the past over this issue. And it's just something because my older brother had MS similar to Mr. Valentin, and he's no longer with us. But in any case, I just wanted to thank everyone for for your testimony today, and it is very impactful what you shared today. So I just want to thank everybody for that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Up next, we have Maureen Amaral. Maureen?
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio. My name is Maureen Amiro, and I am from Citizens Coalition for Equal Access, and I am also speaking in support of House Bill 5421. I do have a really tough act to follow. I do wish to echo the sentiments of my fellow members of CC equals A, especially regarding the training. We've worked so hard in the past few years to improve access for medical facilities. I'm very grateful to Representatives D'Amico and Kite for raising this bill. It is something, it's a good start to keep everyone mindful of accessibility issues in medical facilities and assist those who do wish to acquire lifts or walkers, commode chairs, or any other DME that is going to help their elderly and disabled patients. I have experienced issues too. I had difficulty finding a dentist. I had to leave my eye doctor because she was not accessible. I have 3 upcoming appointments that I've been pushing off since January because I just don't want to deal with the difficulty of transferring to the exam table. I've not experienced those horror stories that you've just heard, but I have been turned away from facilities that can't accommodate me. I was able to transfer successfully from my wheelchair at a recent appointment to the exam table, except I couldn't swing my leg over. And so I was stuck kind of half on, half off the table, and the technician was not allowed to help me. And the only place for me to go was the floor. And so I was hanging on for dear life until the technician was able to get permission to help me and just put my leg on the table, something so simple. This bill isn't going to address this kind of issue, but I think if there was a lift available or a walker available to help me, maybe I would not have been in that situation. And there's also a positive externality to consider that's created when we have when we're thinking about accessibility. So not only are facilities going to have the ability to acquire the DME that they need, but it's naturally going to shift how they think about accessibility. And staff will have to be trained on the equipment, and it's going to change how they think, and they will be more sensitive to our needs. And it's a positive impact that is going to affect the rest of the patients, not just the elderly and disabled. So I'd like to see this bill amended to specify or that it includes physicians. My PCP is a private practice doctor. I would like to know that she and other physicians have access to these funds if they are made available. I'm also told that there needs to be a provision stating where this equipment will be used, and I fully support that amendment. So I thank you for your time. I really implore you to think about this bill, think about us and the benefits that a fund like this would create for the disability community. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Heidi Bowman. Is Heidi Bowman here? Up next is Costanza Segovia. Costanza Segovia.
Hello.
Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Constanza Segovia. I'm a resident of Hartford, and I work as the organizing director of the Connecticut for All Coalition. We represent hundreds of thousands of Connecticut residents from 60+ labor, community, and faith organizations. And I am testifying in support of SB 401 and HB 5446. This session and this year, the focus of our coalition has been to urge the legislature to stand up to Trump's billionaire agenda by ensuring stability to all Connecticut residents, no matter their ability, their race, or their zip code. Federal cuts are not an inevitable force of nature, and our state has a role to play, and we should respond. SB 401 is exactly what our legislature should be doing right now, and we thank legislators in this committee for introducing it. Our only note is that the bill should include legally permanent residents, LPIs, in the definition of vulnerable people. This includes people who have already lost access to SNAP and will lose access to Medicaid on October 1st, 2026 because of HR 1. And also could potentially, because of potential policies coming down, could lose housing assistance as well. In our coalition, affordability is not just a buzzword. It means making substantive changes to our state budget so that Connecticut families can get out of survival mode and so that our economy can grow because workers are paid enough and our basic services and public goods are the best quality because they are well-staffed and funded. This is why we don't only speak to you all here, we also speak to your colleagues in the Finance Committee because making these kind of interventions like an SB 401 should not require to make cuts in any other area. We just need the political will to adjust the budget caps, including the volatility cap this year to make more funding available. And in the short and for the long term, we must make tax policies that are more balanced by increasing the contributions of the highest earners in our state. We also support HB 5446, which is a step in the right direction towards providing better working and living conditions for Connecticut's paraeducators. We love paras. They are our neighbors. They're critical members of the school community. They're usually the main connection to parents and the main support our kids with special needs have in the classroom. They are the definition of an essential worker, and like all working people, they deserve a living wage and retirement benefits. The Trump policies that have cut the taxes of the ultra wealthy at the federal level are creating this chaos, and we have an opportunity to recapture some of those dollars here in our state to fund the bridge programs included in SB 401, and also to fund our longstanding appropriations needs like the wages of paraeducators and the better funding of our public schools and early childhood and public higher ed and the many services that Connecticut families rely on to stay afloat. We hope that we can see these bills come to law so that Connecticut families can have stability. And we know that progressive revenue is the long-term solution that we all need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, you're all set. Up next is Alex Tobbs. Alex Tobbs. Up next is Theodore Boyden. Is he online?
Madam Chair, we've tried a few times to promote Theodore Boyton, but they have not accepted the panelist promotion.
Mr. Boyton, if you can hear us, you have to accept the promotion in order to testify. If you could do so, we'll come back to you. Up next is Devon Tanksley Sr. Devon, is that you? All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you all for everything that you do. My name is Devon Maurice Tanksley Sr. I am one of the co-chairs of the Community Expertise Work Group, and I'm the founder of Newburgh and Legacies Corporation. I want to speak from lived experience today. When I read about the transportation pilot and these recommendations, it immediately hit home for me. Sometimes when a young person misses school, the first assumption is that they don't care. I apologize. This is for House Bill 5423. I apologize. Sometimes when a young person misses school, the first assumption is that they don't care or that they're being irresponsible. But often, the reality is much simpler. Transportation, family instability, or life circumstances that young people can't control. When I was 12 years old, I was charged with truancy because I missed the school bus. Some days there weren't parents around or available to take me to school. Many families in our community still face those barriers today. Unreliable transportation, no driver's license, or simply trying to hold their household together. Instead of someone stepping in to understand what was happening in my life, the system labeled me as the problem. That label eventually led me to be incarcerated as a child. When you're 12 years old and the system responds that way, it doesn't feel like support. It feels like judgment. That's why I strongly support moving away from the word truancy and instead focusing on something like attendance barriers that keep young people from school. That shift matters because words shape how systems respond. Truancy assumes wrongdoing. Focusing on attendance barriers asks a different questions. What is happening in this young person's life that is keeping them from school? Sometimes the answer is transportation. Sometimes it's mental health. Sometimes it's instability at home. Many young people grow up in environments where their barriers are consistently operating in survival mode. Poverty, violence, trauma, and instability all affect how young people develop. When a child is worried about safety, food, and what's happening at home, the brain is focused on survival, not always on school. Scientists now confirms what many people who grew up in these environments already understand. Brain development continues well into a person's 20s. The stress and trauma young people experience can shape how they think, react, and make decisions. That's why I also support the decision around emerging adult protection up to the age 26. This isn't about excusing behavior. It's about recognizing that development, environment, and opportunities all play a role in how young people become and develop. Time? Okay. If we build systems that understand these realities, we create pathways that help young people recover, grow, and contribute to their communities instead of punishing for things that they have no knowledge of. Because sometimes the difference between a child being labeled a problem and a child finding their path towards a simple solution or opportunity is just an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I was saying one of my colleagues should be out here listening to you. Sit down. Representative Cavros DeGraw. And then Mrs. Armfield, I'm going to call you up after this gentleman so that you and your granddaughter can come up then. So it'll be a little bit out of schedule, but we're going to call you up then anyways. So go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here today, and
No,
thank you for your
absolutely.
testimony. We really appreciate it. So many years ago now, when my children were small, I got to work on a project called the Family School Connection, and it was an absentee prevention project, a truancy prevention project, and it was between the Children's Trust Fund and Betances School and Center City Churches and the Junior League of Hartford. And we found that significantly, the reason the kids were not in school was something as simple as the family didn't own an alarm clock. There was one coat for 3 kids. There was a situation where, mom was really depressed, and it was the eldest child that was always late to school because he was getting the other children ready to go to school. So I just wanted to ask, since you have experience with this, what would, besides transportation, what are some of the other things that would have, helped you as that 12-year-old boy that didn't need to be involved with the criminal justice system, that needed someone to be looking out for you and get you what you actually needed?
Yeah, correct. That's actually a great question. Being 12 years old, I speak for a lot of other of my friends who grew up. A lot of them is not even where I'm at today. So it's a whole 360 where I'm looking at this world that we live in. Father's not in the home for other reasons. Mom struggling with addiction. You're in this environment where the brain is constantly every day on survival mode. When we get out of school, we look to our left. There's drugs and needles on the floor. We look to our right, there's crime and violence. Police is raiding people's house. So at 11, 12 years old, your brain is already in fight or flight mode. So no mentors around. Everything we see is we just see drug dealers and no one has jobs. Parents that have jobs. My mom was an illiterate. She wasn't able to read, so she had no job. So we didn't see no inspiration. And then when we get in trouble, it's like it's our fault. I remember being in Hartford detention and getting in trouble, and they would give you room time where you got to stay in the room for 24 hours, 72 hours. And I remember kicking on the door, and every time you kick on the door, they increase your hours. But I remember as a kid, when I was kicking on that door, I was really just saying, help me. I'm scared. I'm away from home. I was in there for 6 months at 11 years old. I have 4 kids. I can't even imagine them even being in there for a day. So during those environments, it feels like you're alone. And now that I'm older, I'm 39 years old, and I work with kids today, I understand their language. There's some kids that won't even express what they really believe because they feel like they're going to be judged the wrong way. So when I see that now, I say we need more mentors. We need more real support. When you really actually tell someone you're going to help them, you can't tell a person, you can't promise someone that you're going to help them when they're in the communities today dying every day. No food, hunger, their parents is struggling. There's women out there that's really, really struggling. There's mass incarceration where when I was locked up, I kept going back in and out because there wasn't no stability. We come back home, there's nowhere to live. I've been evicted at 15 years old with my parents. We all had to go to different places. It's so much. I said this before. It's like before we get to prison, we're in prison. And I just feel that now that we're moving towards this direction, and a person like me, I'm not speaking from like, oh, I read this in a book. Like throughout my whole life to today, I remember it like a book. Like I feel the feeling, I understand, and I just think that if we can move towards creating those type of systems, stability is the #1 thing we need. I didn't get my driver's license until I was 26 years old. You know, there's people in our community who still can't drive, you know. So I just think that we all need to just come together and really look at how do we start from A and get to B, because A, for us in these communities where, especially in Hartford, Connecticut, where crime is at its highest, kids are killing kids, but not because they want to, it's because they're unaware of what's even consciously going on in the world. And when you're pressed on that type of violence, it manifests in those actions of fighting and crime. I remember people walking through the projects and we thinking that they're doing something wrong. Us as kids want to jump them. Jump them for what? These ain't our projects, but when you're a kid and that's all you see, you think that's right until you get older and you step away from it and you go, that's not right. So we look for people like this for help. And then when we don't get help, we go, we don't believe in that system. That don't work. And that happens for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. So today, I'm just trying to give all my life experience and implement it in your data and your policies, and maybe we can move forward.
Your testimony is incredibly moving, and I am so grateful that you made it out so that you could be here to tell us, because I'm sure you have plenty of stories of friends who did not make it out over the years. And, you know, they say hope is not a strategy, but if these kids cannot see any hope of alternatives to what you were witnessing, how do we expect them to be able to do anything else? So I just really appreciate you being here today, and thank you so much for telling your story. And I would also just say you should consider writing a book, because I think it would be very well received.
Yeah. I like I said, I sit on the Community Expertise Work Group. I am the founder of New Brand Legacies. I'm also the president of Connecticut MLK Legacies Corporation. I was entrusted by the state of Connecticut with $1 million planning grant for the city of New Britain that I'm stewarding right now, and I'm on my 3rd book. So we can talk about that another time.
I know one when I see one.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll stay here all day.
You keep getting up.
I'll stay here all day.
Representative Exum.
Yes, I just wanted to just add a little bit to this to say, you know, I had a conversation with a man who had been incarcerated, wrongly incarcerated for 20 years just yesterday, and spoke so much to what you're saying. And I was just thinking, why is it that we don't put so much more into services and prevention instead of the cost that we spend locking people up, putting them away, so that you don't have to think about it, you don't have to deal with it. But you do think about it and you do deal with it in one way, directly or indirectly. And I think what you said today is so powerful because it highlights what happens out there. At 12 years old, to be having that kind of exposure, and yet it's like we hold 2 different places where like parents can, you want to come in and you want to raise your kids the way you want to raise it, and you want to care for them that way. That's a beautiful thing, but there's so many kids who don't have some of these opportunities. And it makes a difference when you start off and are given opportunity and given hope, the audacity of hope. You have to see it around you to believe in it and believe you have a future in order to even want to prevent yourself from participating in some of those actions because you don't see your life as not even meaningful enough, or that you would even make it to a certain level or age. I want to know, when you look at some of these services and things that we could provide, thinking about where you were with your whole truancy story, what role does something like public transportation, what kinds of things after school wrap around, what would work? What would be some of the, if you had to pick 3, what would they be?
I would say the first thing is it has to come down to stability. You know, living in a home where parents say you can't go to the Boys and Girls Club because I have no way to take you, and it's only 10 minutes away. You know, that was a big thing for us. So now these kids are not in the Boys and Girls Club. Where do you think they're at? You know, they're outside. You know, I remember, you know, when my brothers were out there, teenagers, you know, 15, 16 years old, you know, I'm 12, they're still in cars. And I remember like seeing that and then getting older now with perspective, and I say, oh, they wasn't stealing cars and doing crime just to do crime. They had an urge to drive. Our family didn't even, no one drove in our community. So when we see people driving, now we want to just go outside and get a car. But if we had go-kart centers, if we had things where people can give us classes to give our license at a young age, that changes the way they even look at crime. You know, we used to go to the store and shoplift, you know, but we were stealing candy and food and bread and eggs, you know, and getting incarcerated for that. So it's a lot that goes on in these communities that I think is just not really brought to the light. And another thing that I also realize is I run a nonprofit organization in New Britain called New Britain Legacies. So we have the YMCA, New Britain Legacies, and the Boys Club. Kids can't even get to none of these, so they're staying home, like you were speaking about supporting their family. Their mom's got a job, now they got to stay home with the babies. And then now once they get a little older, they've been in the house for so long, by the time they're 17, 18, they get out there and they're just loose. A lot of times, I heard one young kid said to me that a lot of times that a kid will say to you, what you looking at? Why you looking at me? And that will start a fight, and that fight will end into a gunfight. But most of the time, they're just saying like, these kids think that other kids see their pain. They're not saying what you looking at like they want to fight. They're saying, oh, you think I see you. You think I see your pain and your hurt. So now you don't want me to look at you, and you're willing to fight me because I looked at you. This type of awareness changes the way, oh, I apologize. No, I wasn't looking at you, you know. Oh, all right. And that turns into a handshake. That turns into a hug. And then now that situation is finished. Most people don't even understand that. But in order for me to understand that, I lived through that. And then I got older, and then I looked at it, and I said, oh, that's what I was going through when I was young. And I felt it the whole way. I really, like, goes to your point. We spend $100,000 to incarcerate a youth. We can spend $30,000 and mentor that youth in the community, and that youth turn into something like this today. You know, $20,000. You know, sometimes kids just need a couple dollars just to help their mom with a bill, or buy a little bit of milk, or buy some bread. Like, it's so much little things that we can do that will save the state millions of dollars and change lives all over our state. You know, I want to add this as well. You know, if we're going to represent our state is like a brand. And if the product in our state is not beautified, which is our youth, then how do we look as a state? You know, sometimes I tell people we got to take all the hats off and just look at this situation that I spoke today as a grandmother, as an auntie, as a dad, as a mom, and not as this side and not as that side. Look at us as people. And if we can see that, I guarantee you we can change in a different direction.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much for being here today.
All right, so now we've all preached today, and I appreciate you. And if you could email us the names of your books, because I'm interested in reading one.
Okay.
So thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Thank y'all very much. Appreciate
Oh,
it.
wait a minute, I got another one. Representative Reyes, okay, all of you know that I've got 80 people left after this,
Real quick,
okay?
thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Real quick, sir, thank you very much for your testimony. I sympathize with a lot of what you said, but this is why I think that this needs to be said in appropriations. This is why we support the youth violence dollars and youth prevention dollars, because these are things that, to your point, invest in the front end, not the back end. And also, I think that one of the things that we advocate for, every year I support this bill, and I hope we are able to fund it, and that's free transportation for all students on the bus. So thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Can I just say one thing?
Wait a minute, Representative Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming before us today. I'm sorry that I'm not there with you all, but I had to commend you because I'm a product of the Runacourt Housing Project, and I would tell you, you know, without mentorship, without folks that's really showing that they care, that you're worth something, I could have fell through the cracks. My twin brother and I, we used to always hear, "Oh, you guys are never going to live past 21. You stay in trouble, blah blah blah." But most of everything that we were going through was just acting out because of our frustration, because we didn't know better. But to hear you, really kind of spell it right out for everyone, I think that's really honorable, and I think that's we need to have more real conversations about that, because our kids, they really want better, but they don't know how to get there. They don't have the tools, the finances, the resources. So and their parents don't have it. So the fact that you could really come before us and really have this meaningful conversation, I really commend you on that, because we really need to do more as a state to make sure that we are protecting these kids. And I have to say, without mentorship, without folks that really showed me that I was show me my worth, I wouldn't have became a two-time world champion professional boxer. So, I really have to, make sure that we are intentional about really helping our kids out, and when we appropriate these dollars, that we appropriate them for a reason, that we appropriate them because we know that it's going to best serve these kids and give them the best opportunity to succeed in life. So again, kudos to you, and thank you for everything that you do and continue to do. And Madam Chair, I thank you again for this indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, get back to
Up
business.
next is Barbara Armfield and her granddaughter Alana. Number 63. Mhm. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Armfield.
You got to pull that mic over there so that you can talk into the mic.
I'm Barbara Armfield, and this is my granddaughter, Elena. I'm her conservator. Her diagnosis is PDD, Autism Spectrum Disorder, not otherwise specified. She graduated from high school in 2020 under the Horizon program. She attended Eastern University in a transitional program and finished in 2024. DDS got her a job at the YMCA in Glastonbury for the year 2024 to 2025 in the after-school program. Her boss praised her for her work, giving her 2 cards of appraisal. She did not miss work or was never late. At the end of the school year, Elena called her boss a few times during the summer to find out when to return to work. She did not return her calls until just before school started. She told Elena she had hired people, and Elena would only be used as a sub when needed. She never heard from her boss again. Her boss did not tell her why she did not hire her back. So Sean from the Project Genesis called the boss to find out why she wasn't hired back to the school program. They never returned her calls either. So now Elena is in a job study with who?
With Dominic.
Tell her.
I'm in a project study right now with Dominic. He's a job coach over at Project Genesis, and I'm supposed to be doing work training with him to help me find a job.
So we were trying to find out why she wasn't hired. So in the future, if she gets another job, if there was a problem, she would know how to correct it. But I feel she was not being fair because she has a disability, and they just completely ignored her.
So, so in full disclosure, the Armfields are in my district. They live in Marlborough. But one of the things that happened here is Elena, you're not a developmental disability, so you don't get covered under DD, correct?
She did when she was younger, and then they said that she was autistic, and she would have to fall under that program. And we are now, I had to get information for the state of Connecticut, and during our winter storm on Capitol Avenue, they had a lot of problems with the building. And when I called, they said I couldn't send anything there because they didn't know when they'd be operational again. So I took it, all the medical records that they wanted, I took them to Manchester, and they have them. So I haven't heard anything.
And do you receive any food benefits or any of those other benefits?
She, under her medical insurance, she received SNAP, which was cut this year.
So
by $85 it was cut. So now it's very little.
So the reason why I wanted people to hear from you, and I'm so glad that you made the trip up here, is because I put a bill in this year that is a bridge program that it's Senate Bill 401, which is to allow access to food, housing, and health care benefits, because many people who are on the autism spectrum have been cut their either food or medical or housing because they consider them able-bodied. But in your case, you've worked and you want to work and you're capable of working, but you were working someplace that wouldn't even bother to return your phone call to find out when you could come back. So this happens all the time with a group of people who fit under the autism spectrum. And I appreciate you coming up for your, with your story, because I think people need to understand what is going on with families who are autistic, have autistic children, or are on a, they don't qualify for the job coaches, generally speaking. So thank you for coming up, and I appreciate both of you so much for being willing to tell your story, because it's, you know, it's hard to come out in public and tell your story. So. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, you are all set. You can stay and listen to us, or you can head home. It's all entirely up to you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Up next is Erica Nowakowski. Erica?
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Erica Nowakowski, and I am the Executive Director of the Tau Youth Justice Institute at the University of New Haven. We are the administrators to two committees. One of them is the Transforming Children's Behavioral Health Policy and Planning Committee, and then the second is the Juvenile Justice Policy and Planning Oversight Committee. We are here to support two bills that stem from these two committees, House Bill 5447, and House Bill 5423. I will speak first on the TCB bill, which is the Transforming Children's Behavioral Health Policy and Planning Committee bill. That particular, we're here to support two of the working groups that were recommended by the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, and Equity and Opportunity. These two particular working groups are critical, as they will help to coordinate a statewide approach for eating disorder prevention, early recognition, referral, and treatment treatment access for children and adolescents, and develop a cohort of evidence-based informed statewide approaches to food education that support students' health, literacy, and practical skills. Secondly, on this House Bill 5447, we are also supporting the recommendation 3 regarding the need to study a feasibility of establishing an inpatient facility to provide psychiatric services to young adults with co-occurring behavioral health, developmental, intellectual disabilities. This particular recommendation also supports, it comes out of a set of recommendations stemmed from the state's complex case work group final report, which was led by the Office of Policy and Management. The second bill that we support, which is associated to the JJPOC, House Bill 5423, has 3 sets of recommendations. Recommendation 1, which I have a particular student here who I would love to introduce, supports the a pilot project for the public transportation for high school students. The second recommendation is removing truancy from state statute. As you all know, we have done a significant amount of work around decriminalizing truancy, but that still remains a statute in the state, and it contains or creates some inconsistency in not only the data collection because of truancy and chronic absenteeism, but it also has a stigma. Truancy has a stigma of criminal behavior or criminal history, as you heard earlier from Devon. The third recommendation of the JJPOC is regarding expanding the eligibility of parole for up to the age of 26. Currently, this particular recommendation would require a group to come together, a work group to come together under the JJPOC to establish a framework. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name, so I just have your name down.
My name is Oluwaseyi Oluborde.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Representative Exum.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming before us. And I'd like to ask you if you could please, especially thinking about some of the conversations we've had earlier today, could you elaborate a bit on the need for behavioral health / bedding and or treatment facilities for individuals with IDD and behavioral health issues and needs?
And thank you for that question. And the TCB I highly recommend it's recorded and it's on the CTN website. Last week we met and had a very comprehensive presentation from several providers across the state who provide these type of as we've learned, residential, I'm going to put the quote residential facilities or programming for individuals, as you described, with behavioral health needs and or developmental disabilities and diagnosed with autism. And what we learned is that there is not that type of service here in Connecticut that can service those particular clients with that comprehensive need. We do have a set of residential, again in quote, inpatient facilities, but again, they are not designed to really meet the needs of young people with not only behavioral health, but that developmental and autism disorder and or autism disorder. So it's more about that specialized type of programming, which is what the recommendation of the complex work group is recommending.
Thank you so much. And I really was saying this for the education of those around us because I work very closely with this. The other question I have, talking more on the JJPOC side, is I'd just like to ask you about public transportation and the impact that might have if we have this bill go through.
Yeah, so as I said before, my name is Oluwaseyi Oluborde, and I'm a high school student in Hartford Public Schools. Currently in Hartford Public Schools, there's a pilot program in place, which makes it so that students at my school specifically have access to 30-day CT Transit bus passes. This was secured through a House Bill 5523 in 2024, and it has been very, very important for students within the Hartford community specifically. Over a third of households in Hartford don't own a single vehicle, and so in order for students to engage within the school community, participate after school in sports and like robotics club, just things that happen outside of the regular school day, the city bus is their only means of doing that. And as someone who also uses CT Transit to engage socially and partake in social activities within Hartford and whose parents work very frequently, so they can't really pick me up from places. Yeah, the city bus is a need. It's the means with which students attend school. So if you live within that 2-mile radius, your only option is the city bus or walking. And for a lot of young people, that's simply not, it's not feasible. It's very dangerous and very difficult. It's the way that students are able to engage extracurricularly and develop those really important connections that they need to a pro-social community like a school. So that's all I'll say for the impact. It's a need. It's a need for students to engage within their community and to access their education.
Thank you so much. I mean, you highlight that well, and it comes right after the earlier testimony. So I really appreciate that input. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, you're all set. Up next is Beth Chudnow. They're coming in now. Beth Chudnow, we're going to move on, but you need to accept the promotion, and then we'll come back to you. Oh, she's in? Okay, go ahead. Beth? I don't see her yet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. I'm here to testify in support of the bill and providing funding for people with funeral accounts that have been subject to fraud. We have our oldest of our 3 children is severely handicapped, lives in a group home, and we live in Tallinn. His home is in Lebanon. We went through a very painful experience of having to make the decision to go ahead and have a prepaid funeral account. And I say it's painful because as a parent, this is something you don't even want to think about or face, but it was recommended that this was in his best interest. The fund was fully funded, $10,000, and it was done through Tallinn Funeral Home in Tallinn, where we live. And the individual, Mr. Petras, has been arrested and will be in court for having fraudulently taken all the funding. When we went to check on the fund and knowing it was fully funded, we, after having to do some investigation, realized that there was actually no contract with the individual that needs to do that final step, even though we were told and signed contracts that we were told it was all happening. So our son is out $10,000, which is a tremendous amount of money to not have. And we now have to reestablish the fund and go about the whole process again. So I appreciate the fact that you're giving me time to talk about this and that hopefully you can support this new bill to protect individuals who are unable to protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Is there any comments? Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying on this. I know this has impacted you personally, and I just wanted to ask, for your son, was this part of the required medical, there are some people who receive benefits who have to have a funeral plan set up. Was your son part of that populace that set this up because it was required for their benefits?
You know, Representative Nuccio, I'm not positive about that. I know that it was highly recommended, and the funding comes through the funding he receives as a disabled individual, that we work to pay it in small installments. But I would have to investigate that to know for sure. I just know that we were told that it was important for us to take care of. And then as his guardians, we went ahead and did that, my husband and I.
Thank you. I know for certain, like Medicaid programs and such, you have to have, they require you to have a prepaid funeral plan.
Okay.
And the concern with some of this is, as you said, your son, you set this up for your son, which, as you mentioned, is a painful process to even think about. And after that, you made the payments, but there was nothing in place that that made it so you knew that these deposits were being made, correct? So you made.
That is correct. Actually, the fund, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the fund was, well, our son is with Oak Hill, here in Connecticut. And so Oak Hill took over the actual, transfer of the payments on our behalf and on his behalf, I should say. So we set it all up as his guardians, and then they were able to disperse Medicaid funds.
Right, so they took the money and paid it, and
Exactly.
there was no notice or any way for you to validate that it was there or not until after this individual was arrested and it was.
Exactly. There are understanding, as well as Oak Hill as an organization that we trust implicitly with his life, was that we were notified that his fund was completely funded at the limit of $10,000. And we were sitting happily with knowing that this was an important piece that we were supposed to really follow through on, and we had done it as hard as it was, and that it was taken care of. To then read an article in the paper that I picked up on and realized, oh my gosh, that's the funeral home we use, and contacted Oak Hill administration. And they began further investigation and then reported it to the police.
Yeah, thank you again for testifying. I think this has uncovered a massive hole in how these funeral homes are regulated, and the different state organizations. Nobody seems to own the piece that would have protected so many residents. I think 179, from what I understand, at least right now.
Okay.
Nobody really has the oversight to protect them, and I think this program, this fund, if established, would definitely be a step forward in helping the people who have lost thousands and thousands of dollars through no fault of their own. So thank you for testifying.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Are
for the
there any
time.
other comments or questions? Seeing none, you are all set.
Thank
Up
you.
next is Jonathan Green. Is Jonathan Green here?
Good afternoon.
There you go, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Apologies for technical difficulties. Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jonathan Green, and before getting to my formal remarks, I would like to thank those who've shared their personal testimonies regarding HB 5381. While my professional expertise and perspective can help, their stories are really vital to this process, and I thank them for their time and vulnerability. I'm a licensed funeral director and embalmer, and I serve as president and legislative chair of the Connecticut Funeral Directors Association, representing more than 220 member funeral firms across the state of Connecticut. We support HB 5381, which would establish the Funeral Service Compensation Account to provide relief to individuals and families who suffer financial harm as a result of fraudulent or unlawful funeral service practices. The vast majority of funeral professionals in Connecticut serve families with integrity, compassion, and professionalism. But when misconduct does occur, the consequences can be devastating. Families place tremendous trust in funeral directors, particularly when they enter into pre-need funeral contracts and entrust funds years in advance of services being provided. Establishing a compensation account is an important step toward restoring public confidence and ensuring that consumers have meaningful recourse when that trust is violated. At the same time, CFDA also believes that this legislation presents an opportunity not only to compensate victims, but to strengthen the safeguards that help prevent these situations from occurring in the first place. We've heard about the importance of prevention already in other regards, and that continues here. First, we would encourage that the committee consider enhanced oversight of pre-need funeral contracts. This would include implementation of annual audits and regulatory review. Because these arrangements often involve funds held for many years, periodic financial verification would help ensure that the funds are properly maintained and would allow early identification of potential irregularities. Second, we respectfully recommend restoring our annual inspection schedule of funeral service establishments by the Department of Public Health. The current 3-year inspection cycle reduces opportunities for oversight. More frequent inspections would reinforce professional standards, strengthen accountability, and further protect consumers. Many of these concerns were highlighted in the 2018 performance audit of pre-need funeral service contracts that was conducted by Connecticut Auditors of Public Accounts. CFDA participated in this report, which included several recommendations to improve oversight and transparency in the pre-need system. Finally, we continue to advocate for enhanced consumer education. It is essential that individuals entering into pre-need funeral arrangements understand their rights and recognize potential red flags. Taken together, these measures would help ensure that Connecticut both provides recourse for victims when wrongdoing occurs and strengthens the safeguards that prevent misconduct from occurring in the first place. Thank you for considering our testimony. We look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with the committee, with legislative staff, and the Commissioner of the Department of Consumer Protection to further our shared goals. I welcome any questions that you may have at this time or any in the future.
Thank you. Did you submit written testimony also, sir?
Yes, we have, and some of those recommendations are detailed further in that written testimony.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jonathan, thank you for your testimony. And unfortunately, I couldn't hear it very well. The sound was a little light on it. But just to go back, I mean, it's almost like if a funeral home takes in prepaid, and I had contemplated it, and I did use, unfortunately, in the past, I had to use the Futures Funeral Home for a loved one, and was contemplating, doing the same, prepaying for mine. But is there when you do collect that, does your insurance, is there a bond requirement? Is there something that keeps that fund solvent and unable to do what took place? Is there anything now that funeral homes do?
There are different methods for funding pre-need contracts. The two sources are primarily escrow funded accounts, where a funeral home would take in funding in form of check, credit card, for example, payment from the individual, from the beneficiary or the purchaser, and that's held in escrow through various protected sources, whether invested in bonds, a number of stipulated and regulated methods through the Department of Banking. Separately, we also have available insurance-funded pre-need accounts, and the insurance agents, providers, those are all regulated by the Department of Insurance. The issue that occurred here is that these pre-need payments never went to the proper sources. They never were entered into an escrow account. They never funded an insurance account. So the funds that families had paid in were never properly protected. They were never placed where they should have been according to statute. And this is why we address the preventative measures, because through inspections, through auditing reports, we could catch when a funeral home is not depositing the funds properly.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that. I thought there had to be some mechanism that had to be already in place, but I see if I was to, give my dollars for my my investment money, if it actually didn't ever get into an account, I could see there'd be an issue. So thank you for that follow-up, and look forward to moving this legislation along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next, anybody else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Nuccio. Didn't you
Thank you,
just
ma'am.
sitting next to
I was sitting next to you. So I'm running back and forth. Sorry, ma'am. I just want to thank you again for testifying. We've done a lot of work, you and I, looking at this with multiple other departments in the state. And I'm with you in the fact that it's scary how little oversight there really is on all of this. And the fact that you are actively asking to be inspected more, I think says a lot for your organization and for the understanding of making sure that we have the best funeral process and procedures for people in the state of Connecticut. So I wanted to thank you for coming forward, and I plan on clipping everything that you just said and sending it over to general law so they can put it in the DCP work group that we're looking to get established to go along with this fund. I think we have to look at the whole entire process and make sure what we have here is the best for the residents, and that we're doing our best. So when you know better, you do better. And I think this has been an absolute lesson in learning that, we know better now. So thank you again, Jonathan, for coming forward and testifying. I appreciate it, and thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Representative Nuccio. Your efforts behind this have been tremendous. And as we found out, Connecticut has a rather unique challenge in the distribution of oversight that we have of funeral homes and pre-need contracts. And in my education through this, I've learned that is a unique problem. Many states have a simpler more streamlined, more uniform set of oversight procedures. So that is a unique challenge to us that you've taken the lead in addressing. We are unfortunately acting under the shadow of this kind of behavior. While his actions do not represent the best and the true nature of funeral service, we can't help but recognize that his actions reflect poorly on all of us. And likewise, we all work very hard to provide the true level of care that families and individuals need.
I appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate everything that you're saying here today. And I'm hoping that everybody on the committee is listening and we can hopefully get this passed with strong support. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing nobody, you are all set, sir. Up next is Melissa Taylor. Is Melissa Taylor here? No? Okay. If that's the same person. Mark Olson. Is Mark Olson here? I figured it was you. The collar gave it away. Floor is yours, sir.
Co-chairs Austin, Walker, ranking members Summers and Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Appropriations. My name is Mark Olson. I live in Stratford, Connecticut, and I serve as the pastor of Emmanuel Lutheran Church right across the street here in Hartford. I also serve as a clergy leader with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, a group of 53 congregations coming from a variety of faith traditions who together are engaged in community organizing, justice work, and advocacy for vulnerable populations in the Greater Hartford area. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 401, along with a request to strengthen it. I think this bill is correct and strategic in its assertion that our state must develop a plan for some form of state-funded bridge program to provide assistance to vulnerable persons in our state who are going to be hurt by the implementation of H.R. 1 later this year. Now, as a faith leader speaking in favor of this bill, I could quote scripture like Psalm 83, where it says, "Give justice to the weak and the orphan, maintain the right of the lowly and the destitute." As a Lutheran pastor, I could talk about how my faith tradition calls us as a civic community to use our collective wealth to benefit our neighbors who live in poverty or who face food insecurity or who are sick or infirm. Or I could say that almost every faith tradition calls its followers to acts of justice for the sake of the most vulnerable. But beyond that, I find the wisdom and practicality of this bill to be self-evident. I support this bill because, simply put, why wouldn't we want to know the scope and scale of what it would take to provide for the basic human needs of vulnerable people in our state negatively impacted by H.R. 1? As the pastor of a church that runs a food pantry, I can tell you that it is going to take more than our patchwork system of charitable outreach to address these needs. As the federal government systematically dismantles our social safety net programs, it will require systemic and structural responses from our state to keep our communities fed, healthy, housed, and whole. Finally, I ask that you please expand this bill's definition of vulnerable persons to include legally present immigrants such as refugees, asylum seekers, Afghan and Iraqi allies with special immigrant visas who have been excluded from public programs under H.R. 1. That way, the plan this bill produces will include the full costs of what it will take to meet the needs of everyone in our state negatively impacted by program cuts in H.R. 1, helping you to make well-informed public policy decisions for the good of all. Thank you, and thank you all for your service to our state.
Thank you very much. Also, besides H.R. 1, there have been a slew of rules and regulations that have come out of the federal government which do the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's a group of people not only in H.R. 1, it's also those negatively impacted by any rules or regulations that also do the same thing. And I think wrongly some people think that some people are slackers and not working because they don't want to work. And that's why it was so important for Alana to come up
Yes, ma'am.
today and speak. I want to work, she says,
Yes.
and I need help getting there. So, and her grandmother has to drive her, so her grandmother said, I will come up and testify on this issue. So I think it's important for people to understand what we have done in a way to people who are not trying to take advantage of anybody. So I appreciate your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate
You're welcome. Thank you.
Up next is Sheila Lawler and Ernie Ellis. Hello. Good. How are you? They're all checking me on my on my ability to keep track of things. The floor is yours, guys.
Press the button.
There you go. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Ernie Ellis. I'm 81 years old. I'm a veteran. I'm retired, and I'm living on a fixed income. In June of 2025, excuse me, and in August of 2016, I went to the Burke Fulton Funeral Home in Rockville to set up my funeral arrangements. I wanted to get all my ducks in a row so my kids later on in life wouldn't have to go through all that. So I went up there and I went through the whole procedure of the funeral arrangements, caskets, everything, and all set. So the bill was $12,253.84. So I said, okay, I'm all set, I'm fine. The years have gone by, and now I just find out, within last year that the gentleman that took our money was out partying with it, and he just did everything from that. So anyway, now I used some of that money from our retirement to take care of it for my kids, and now I'm out that money, and I could use any kind of help to so I could start another arrangement for my funeral expenses, and that's about it.
Ma'am, do you have anything to add to this story? You'd also have to push that button in front of you if you're going to use that mic.
Here you go.
Hello, my name is Sheila Lawler, and in 2021 I became seriously ill, and I know Philip Petrus personally, and I gave him nearly $6,000 in cash because I knew him real well, and for my funeral expenses, and then I found out that all my money was gone. And I'm a single woman, but I'm 70, coming up to 72, and I still have to work in order to recuperate my money, and I find it very hard to do that. And but I really appreciate, because I thought we were really lost. We've gone to all the court cases, and nothing has been done. But now I feel as though we're going to get somewhere now, and I thank you all for listening to us.
Thank you, Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to point out, you have your folder there, don't you? And that has all of the documentation that you sat down with this. You're generous in calling him a gentleman, but like you sat down and filled out all the paperwork and made all the payments, and you have the packet in your hand, and that is all that you have left for any sort of funeral arrangements.
Yes.
And I understand, on a personal note, the Burke Fulton Funeral Home is the funeral home that my family always used before Petrus purchased it, when it was the Burke Fultons. And after my grandfather died, I went with my grandmother. She made it very clear that she did not want to be a burden to the rest of her family. And she went down, and I did a very painful thing, because my grandmother was the most important female in my life. And we sat down and we picked out the casket, and we picked out all of her stuff, and she faithfully every month made those payments. So when she did pass, it fell back on me, and I was the person who helped with that. the idea that you guys did that and you still have to work now because you are at the point where you don't want this to fall back on your family, right? You did the planning, you did everything that you were supposed to do, and were frauded out of this money. And for people who are here listening, this person he did not own any of the funeral homes. He leased them. He did not have any, he had $14,000 in his bank account. He spent almost $1 million of people's money gambling and wasting this money. And there is no recourse for these people. There is nowhere for them to go to get any reimbursement back. And a lot of the people are in their elderly years. And as I mentioned before with the Medicaid, some people you had to establish a funeral fund, and people use their money to do that. And it's gone now. And you don't exactly have that kind of money sitting around to do it again. So the fraud that was committed on these individuals is horrible. It's horrendous. And there's nothing that we currently have in the state available to help you. So the establishment of this fund and hopefully of a work group to have to initiate what they have in Florida, which is like a couple dollars on every policy to continue to fund this fund, would be a godsend for you, would it not?
Yes.
Yes, it would be a help.
And would that make it a little easier for you who now at 70-something years old is continuing to work so you can pay for something twice because somebody who was not being regulated and overseen betrayed that?
I already went to a funeral home and they said, oh, we'll help you out. We'll give you a great deal and everything else. They cut me by $50.
Yeah.
That was the deal that they gave me. So I can't just do it now, so here's
Well,
hoping nothing happens to me.
I'm very grateful that you guys came up to testify and tell everybody your story here because I think it is definitely worthy of hearing. And as I said, I hope that it's, other people are considering the fact that, this is a crime that was committed against you. And you have absolutely no recourse for it. So if I can, if anybody up here, if we can, if there's something that we can do to help you, even maybe not make you totally whole, but help you in any way, shape, or form, I will move the mountains to try to do that for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Walker.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to tell us your story, and I sincerely am so sorry about it. How have you tried the Attorney General's office?
I called when this all came out in the open. I called them and I was told that they wouldn't be able to help me.
Did they say why?
Because I was out of their hands. But yet I do see an ad. I'm sorry for saying this. There is an ad on the TV where they're going to help somebody who, what's that ad?
For that.
There's
fraud.
somebody fraud because
Yeah,
she's having an affair or something, in another country. You know what I mean? But there's no help for us.
But I mean,
said
there's
no.
more than one of you. And
Oh, yes.
The fact that this can be a class action suit is what
we
I'm.
couldn't afford
Oh, well,
to do
but
that.
he's not going to charge you.
No, he doesn't. He wasn't interested before. He was not interested at all.
Okay, well, you do have the list of names of people that have been affected by these frauds.
We have some people, like, I got to know Ernie.
You had
I got to know other
you have
people.
179 names.
There are, last I checked, the court case is being heard in Rockville
Okay.
Superior.
Okay.
The district attorney, there's an entire thing going on there. As last time I spoke to him, District Attorney Nowak, there was 179 people who were affected by this, and it was about $794,000 that he had taken. And there are other people, unfortunately, that may not know, because this gentleman has the paperwork in front of him. He would give them all of the paperwork and that, and then the money just never made it. Some people had partially funded accounts. Some people had no account ever even created. And, some people did get their money put into the account, but it's all over the gamut. But last I had talked to them about a month ago, it was 179 claimants and $794,000.
We will follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up to testify.
Thank you so very much for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Up next is Alex Brown. Is Alex Brown here? Hi, Alex, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Alex Brown. I'm an MSW student at UConn and a policy and advocacy intern at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I'm here today in support of HB 5423. This bill asks us to acknowledge something science has made very clear. Young people's brains are still developing well into their mid-20s. The parts of the brain responsible for impulse control, judgment, and decision-making are some of the last to fully develop. Yet many in Connecticut are serving decades-long sentences for crimes committed when they were teenagers or very young adults. For many of them, prison becomes the place where they spend their most formative years, learning how to survive inside prison instead of growing up in their communities. Research shows that many young people who enter prison have already experienced trauma, and incarceration often adds to that trauma during the very years when people are still developing. I know this personally. I was 19 years old when I committed my crime and incarcerated. This bill does not guarantee release for anyone. It simply allows people who committed crimes at a young age the opportunity to appear before a parole board and demonstrate the growth, accountability, and rehabilitation that may have occurred over years or over decades. Right now, the law includes an arbitrary October 1st, 2005 cutoff that prevents many people who committed crimes under the age of 21 from ever being considered for parole review. Two people could commit the same crime at the same age and receive completely different sentences, simply because of the date they were sentenced. That is not about public safety or accountability. It is about a calendar date. And when we debate about these policies, people are continuing to die in our prisons. Just today, another person died at McDougal. He was only 29. These are not abstract policy discussions. These are real human lives. This bill recognizes what science and lived experience already tell us. People who commit harm when they are young are capable of growth and change. I respectfully urge you to support HB 5423. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, anybody have any questions? Representative Walker.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. So could you go back and just give me a little bit more of your history and your experience? Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I was incarcerated as a young adult and spent almost 5 years incarcerated during some very formative years. And I know some of my favorite people have similar stories, and we are completely different people from who we were when we were young.
Thank you for your testimony. I think the more we hear about them, because we always have the illusions and distortions of who these people, who we are,
right?
Because we all have an experience in these things. So I think thank you for that, and please talk to all your friends and family and students and have them write in to the legislators so that we can make sure this moves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing no one. You're all set, Alex.
Thank you.
Up next is Sri Tata. The floor is yours.
Hello, Madam Chair, and thank you to the House Appropriations Committee for raising this bill for a public hearing. So I'm here to express support on behalf of myself and a delegation of faculty, students, and staff from Yale regarding HB 5422, which is an act to establish a study of unidentified aerial phenomena. So this, this topic has been...
I have to stop you for 1 second because I didn't think anybody was going to come and testify about this bill. And I am actually so excited that we have somebody up here testifying. We had a lot of written testimony about it. And I know Representative Hoxa, whose bill it was, is around here someplace. But go ahead. I just had to interrupt. I apologize.
Yeah, I would love to meet Representative Hoxa. We had a discussion with Representative Baumgartner, who raised the bill about a week ago. And so this topic, a lot of you have been familiar with, for example, the New Jersey drone wave. It's called the New Jersey drone wave of late 2024, but there were also many incursions in the state of Connecticut and nearby states. So this topic is one that, so just on behalf of our student organization, we've had a lot of talks from reputable people. For example, the former director of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration came to campus to discuss his experience with UAP in the military and as a civilian after retiring. And he is, so a lot of students and faculty are interested in this topic, and it's also one that crosses state borders and international borders and everything. So we believe that I'm here to express support for this bill because it establishing a scientific study for both public policy, for our scientific curiosity, and for public reporting mechanisms would be important. And so we have numerous professors signed on to our letter that we submitted also as written testimony. For example, we're professors of astrophysics, sociology, history. It's a topic that has a broad interest among broad swaths of the population, including very reputable academics that have been working on it. There are initiatives, for example, in nearby states like the Galileo Project at Harvard. There's UAPX at the University of Albany, and professors at Wellesley University in Massachusetts. So there's a large degree of scientists and policy experts in the state that are really passionate about this topic, and they're like in Connecticut is a state that has some of these incidents. For example, we're in touch with the police officer Robert Klein, who had a pretty high-profile incident about 3 or 4 years ago. Hopefully, we'll be able to get him to submit written testimony in the next few days. So we express our support for establishing a scientific study, and this is a topic that nearby states, for example, in New Jersey, they just passed a piece of legislation appropriating $2.5 million because to the study of UAP in that state because it was the epicenter of the drone wave. But obviously Connecticut was also affected. And there's also nearby states like Vermont and Pennsylvania that are advancing legislation. So this is a great opportunity for the state to establish just a working committee to study the feasibility of studying the issue. I'm in touch with professors at Wellesley and University of Albany who, for example, have locations in Connecticut where they would like to set up scientific equipment just to monitor specific areas, and also to calibrate equipment. But they're having issues with law enforcement and having to coordinate between different groups. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you for coming. Believe it or not, I worked with a colleague who currently works in an office. Have you heard of AARO? AARO?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Department of Defense. Yeah, so she is investigating UFOs, UAP, whatever, UAV. Have you been in touch with them about any of this?
I'm not directly in touch with AARO, but I'm in touch with organizations. For example, the Disclosure Foundation has a lot of representatives in Connecticut that would make Connecticut a great place to. We have a large network of people in the state, and also Americans for Safe Aerospace. I know they directly interface with AARO, but yep.
Okay, because I know in fairly recent days I've seen things out there that need to be explained and haven't. I live out in the western part of the state, out near Danbury, and it's kind of in the direction of New York City. So it's always questionable what's happening in that airspace over there. I would like to work with you on this if I could at some point. Maybe we can talk on the side later.
Yeah, I would be happy to.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's
so much for your interest.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set, sir. Thank you very much for testifying.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Up next is Nancy Peters. Is Nancy Peters here? As you can all tell, we have an eclectic group pieces of legislation today. Go ahead, Nancy.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of this committee, my name is Nancy Peters. I'm from Norwich, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 5423, and in particular the provisions that support expanding the opportunity for earlier parole consideration to people who were emerging adults at the time their offense happened. As someone who communicates with many people who are incarcerated and serving lengthy sentences, I could tell you so many tragic stories of people who at a young age, before their brains were fully developed, made a terrible mistake for which they've been sentenced to spend the rest of their lives in prison. I could also tell you how these friends have turned their lives around and how much they could contribute to society if released. This bill wouldn't grant parole to anyone. Rather, it would give approximately 450 currently incarcerated people an earlier opportunity to go before the parole board, which would decide whether they were ready for release. If, as they typically do, the board approved 55% of them, or 248 people, and if we apply the $62,000 very conservative cost given by the DOC that it costs to incarcerate a person each year, and then if the average sentence reduction were, say, 10 years, then this bill would save taxpayers $153.8 million. But whatever the numbers, I've just done my best to give you some flavor for that. Once someone has served many years in prison and demonstrated that they no longer present a safety risk, it just makes fiscal sense to release them back into society where they can work, pay taxes, and benefit their families and communities instead of draining the public coffers. Starting with this bill, the best way to see our costs plunge is by adopting policies that permanently decrease our incarcerated people, thereby allowing us to close prisons and jails and decrease staff. But for that to happen, our society has to realize that spending billions of dollars on a system that locks people up doesn't keep anyone safe. Far from being a place where people can heal and rehabilitate, prison just makes them more debilitated, less able to function upon release. We must see our carceral punishment system for what it really is, a complete failure at keeping the public safe, but hugely effective at keeping the wealthy elites controlling the prison industrial complex fat and sassy, all while destroying colonized communities and leading people to resort to criminalized activities to survive. As the previous speaker, Mr. Tankley, communicated so much better than I can ever do, real public safety comes from attacking the root causes of harm by investing our money in housing, education, job training, healthcare, youth programs, and the other things that keep individuals and communities healthy and safe. The money saved from decarcerating people can and should be redirected towards such things. This bill would help us do that, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Wait, anybody have any questions or comments? Representative Walker?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your testimony. You did leave a copy online, or did you?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank
Yes.
you. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
everybody
you.
please read it.
And you
Oh,
did-
It's longer, thank you.
Representative Walker, you did hear her say she was from Norwich, right? You did hear that? Just wondering if you heard that. Thank you.
That's nice. Thank you.
Up next is Fernando Valenzuela.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Fernando Ricardo Valenzuela. I'm a Hartford resident and an incoming PhD student at UConn School of Social Work. I'm testifying in support of HB 5423 and acts concerning juvenile justice initiatives. This bill is an important step that would better align our criminal legal system with decades of neuroscience research, promote community safety, save taxpayers tens of millions of dollars, and expand support for the young people of Connecticut. Over the last several years, I've been involved in research projects regarding Connecticut's criminal legal system and the lives of previously incarcerated individuals, including those incarcerated as young people. I was also a key contributor to the extensive research report submitted earlier this year to the Sentencing Commission regarding the impacts of Public Act 1584 on its beneficiaries. Our study, conducted alongside Dr. Sukhmani Singh, builds off of decades of neuroscience research, highlighting that brain development and maturation continues well beyond the age of 18. This brain science directly informed the Supreme Court's assertion that children and young people cannot be treated and sentenced the same as adults. Connecticut partially aligned with these rulings when it passed Public Act 1584. Passing HB 5423 and increasing the age of eligibility from 21 to under 26 would better align Connecticut's policies with these Supreme Court rulings and decades of substantial neuroscience developments. These changes, alongside removing the arbitrary cutoff date of October 1st, 2005, would impact hundreds of young people currently being denied reunification with their families and communities. These changes to parole eligibility would also promote much needed decarceration efforts with significant financial benefits to every tax-paying resident in the state of Connecticut. At a global level, the United States has one of the highest rates of incarceration in the world. Connecticut on its own has a higher incarceration rate than the entire countries of France, South Africa, Argentina, all of the United Kingdom, and many, many more. The cost of incarcerating an individual in Connecticut is anywhere from about $62,000 to over $102,000 per year. Concerning the approximately 450 individuals who would benefit from the parole eligibility changes in this bill, this amounts to spending at least $27 million per year. Supporting changes that increase eligibility for parole, like this bill, would save hundreds of millions of dollars over subsequent years, the savings of which could be used to better support incarcerated individuals and all people by addressing poverty, housing, education, and basic needs that directly promote community safety and well-being. At a time when the federal government has been slashing funding sources left and right, and in the face of more unnecessary wars and imperialist interventions that inevitably siphon more money out of our local communities, we must consider every viable option for securing the funding our communities desperately need. I encourage you to consider the significant financial benefits of supporting these and future decarceration efforts. We are living in treacherous times, at a point of history where oppressive forces and systemic violence are increasing their reach and impact all around us. Passing HB 5423 is one small yet profound act that would show that Connecticut still cares about its youth, its marginalized communities, and the construction of a better world. The people need and deserve positive changes now more than ever, and I encourage you to meet this political moment with the courage and vision it deserves by passing this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, you are all set, sir. Up next is Obeb Sierra. Is Obeb Sierra here? Ladies? No? Okay. Scott White. Is Scott White here? No? Let's see. Shelby Henderson. Is Shelby Henderson here? All right.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, well, she can come back up when we... Up next is a panel. So I have Catherine Valletta, Rosanna Ferraro, and Christopher Kelly.
We have one in person and two remote.
Okay. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Catherine Valletta. I'm a Bridgeport resident and the Coalition Director of Husky for Immigrants, a statewide coalition of over 30 organizations working towards health care coverage options for Connecticut residents regardless of their immigration status. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 401, alongside our coalition partners, Jewish Family Services and Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. Our coalition members have felt the ongoing attacks from the federal administration, not only through immigration enforcement, but through cuts to our social safety net programs through HR 1 and other federal regulations. An estimated 4,850 green card holders with incomes below 100% of the FPL have already lost their coverage for Covered Connecticut because of HR 1, and more Connecticut residents, including refugees, parolees, asylees, victims of trafficking, among others, will be at risk of losing their coverage in October due to new eligibility requirements. Many have already lost their SNAP benefits, and now the federal administration is threatening housing assistance for mixed status families. Since 2021, Connecticut has made the right decision to extend Husky-like coverage to children up to the age of 15 and pregnant postpartum people, no matter their documentation status. And these policies, they're working and having a positive impact here in our state. extending state-funded coverage to nearly 20,000 residents that otherwise would be uninsured. SB 401 could and should build off of this model to implement a bridge program as the state works to mitigate coverage losses among the 200,000 Connecticut residents, immigrants and U.S. citizens alike, because of new HR 1 eligibility requirements and other proposals. SB 401 is the right answer, and it is the bold answer for Connecticut from the state against these federal cuts. Our only recommendation is to adjust the definition of vulnerable populations to include immigrants at risk of losing their health care coverage, food assistance and housing support, including asylees, refugees, green card holders, survivors of trafficking, survivors of domestic violence, as well as other statuses. It is critical for our state to maintain its commitment to continue to protect coverage and access for everyone who has coverage and has gained coverage regardless of their status. And with that, I will pass it over to my colleague, Christopher, on Zoom.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christopher Kelly, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Immigration Legal Services at Jewish Family Services of Greenwich. I lead our dedicated team in providing compassionate, expert legal support to immigrant communities from our offices in Greenwich and Norwich. Since the beginning of this federal administration, we have had the honor of assisting nearly 1,000 clients as they navigate the often complex and challenging world of immigration. From a legal perspective, many immigrants are at risk of losing access to programs like SNAP and Medicaid due to recent federal changes, including HR 1. The people included, sorry, some of the people included in this group are refugees, people granted asylum, individuals granted humanitarian parole, survivors of domestic violence or trafficking, and Afghan and Iraqi special immigrant visa holders. And it also extends to other immigrants in our communities. At JFS, we have worked with a family, a couple with 3 young children from Norwich, who arrived in the U.S. from Syria just days before a January 2025 executive order suspended the U.S. refugee admissions program, halting refugee entry and support. They received SNAP benefits until November 2025, after which our organization has provided ShopRite gift cards when we can, and other assistance, though this is unsustainable. The family continues to adjust to work, school, learning English, and coping with the trauma that brought them here in the first place. It is critical that the definition of vulnerable populations in SB 401 explicitly include all immigrants, regardless of immigration status, so that everyone who contributes every day to Connecticut's communities can access the protections they need. Without clarifying language, immigrants can unintentionally fall through the cracks of programs that are designed to support those most at risk. These are families who work, pay taxes, raise children in our schools, and contribute to Connecticut every day, yet they risk losing access to essential support. We respectfully urge the committee to pass SB 401 with a modified definition of vulnerable populations that is inclusive of all immigrants and that funding is available to address federal program changes affecting these communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And Rosanna Ferraro, you're up.
Good afternoon to the Appropriations Committee. It's nice to see you all. I'm Rosanna Ferraro. I'm a resident of North Branford and the policy director at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut, as well as a proud member of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition. At Universal, we envision a world where health is respected as a human right, justice prevails, and equity is realized. We know that the path to health and well-being is more than the insurance card in your pocket, which is why we support and work with groups organizing for health justice, pushing for change across many areas. When I first read this bill, I was really excited. Strengthening our state-funded programs to help those impacted by federal cuts. To be perfectly honest, this was exactly the proposal I was hoping to see put forward. Our state has the resources to push back on harm that has already come to pass and get out in front of harm that is coming. Ensuring health coverage, food assistance, and housing help. It essentially is addressing 3 key social determinants of health, and it would be a lifeline to the people impacted and contribute to the health of our state. And to be honest, the policy nerd in me perked up to see this. When the tidal wave of cuts was obvious on the horizon, I made a presentation to explain what was coming and what we could do about it. I had a slide that said we need to build a bigger state safety net to catch those being left behind by our federal government. But to be fair, I hadn't thought of adding the layer of employment assistance and appreciate its inclusion. I know we have the structures in place here to do this. The Bridge program will make a big difference to people. I know one woman in particular, a fierce advocate from New Haven, who's over 55, who has no idea what she will do without her SNAP benefits. Finding work is just not something that's realistic for her. At the end of this session, I want to be able to go to her and tell her that this Bridge program is in place for her to rely on. Gati and Chris and many others have already uplifted the need to expand the definition of vulnerable persons in SB 401, and we will simply be able to help so many more people if we do that. We urge you to pass this bill out of committee with that expanded definition. This is a sincere thank you for listening to state residents and raising this bill. It's truly, truly appreciated. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all 3 of you are all set. Thank you. Up next is Brian Jordan. Is Brian Jordan here? Up next is Harold Foley. Mr. Foley?
Yeah, yes, I'm here. Yes, can you hear me?
Ahead. Floor is
Okay,
yours.
great. How are you? Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Harold Foley. I am the president of the HF3 group. I am here today to urge you, the committee, in the strongest possible terms to oppose any funding for the Connecticut Department of Housing. My opposition is not based on speculation. It is based on documented evidence. Specifically, the Connecticut Auditors of Public Accounts reports from 2022 and 2024, which I will allude to a little bit later. Second, the several FOIA requests through which I've attained over the last 6 to 8 months. And lastly, independent investigative reporting confirming much of our findings. Number 1, as it relates to the auditors of public accounts, the 2022 APA audit warned that DOH funding practices create, and I quote, increased risk that the department made improper payments and project costs are ineligible for federal funding, close quote. I have those documents, by the way. 2024 APA audit found that 13 of the 15 prior audit recommendations were repeat findings, meaning DOH ignored warnings for multiple audit cycles. The problems did not improve, they escalated. Moving on to the FOIA requests that I've obtained.
Excuse me, Mr. Foley. I'm just curious. Which bill are you talking about that we have in front of us today?
Generally speaking, this pertains to Bill 5030.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. The FOIA request that I've attained. By the way, this is my first time ever speaking in front of this committee, and the third time I've ever spoken before any legislative committee. So
okay, so you only got 3 minutes, so keep going.
Okay, I am. Thank you. I have identified over $100 million in DOH funding that was awarded improperly, as confirmed, corroborated in the audit reports. Number 2, made in breach of DOH's own published guidelines. Number 3, directed disproportionately to affiliates of the current commissioner, specifically Mutual Housing of South Central Connecticut, also known as Neighbor Works, New Horizons. The law requires housing trust funds, for example, awards are competitive. It is explicit. Yet, DOH's own development engagement process states it is not a competitive process. I will give you some context since I only have 3 minutes. I've had the privilege and opportunity and pleasure of developing Connecticut since 2012. We have done a total of 4 projects, which total 171 units. 2 projects in Waterbury, 1 in East Lyme, and most recently, 1 in Waterford, Connecticut. In total, those 171 units, we have received collectively, thank you to the state of Connecticut, $15.1 million from the state. By comparison, the preferred group of developers that have been awarded funding through no competitive process, no RFP process, and done clandestinely have received, I took a sampling, same number of units, 171, $55.5 million. That's an average for those units of $325,000 in public funding, where the caps are $100,000. We have received, again, $15.1 million as compared to $55.5 million. That's a $40.3 million delta in funding that has been received, whereby DOH's own published guidelines. I will conclude this. Can I have a conclusion, wrap up?
You may do your conclusion and wrap it up, sir.
Okay, thank you. This translates into a loss to the state of Connecticut of $500 million of private financing. That further translates into a loss of 1,250 units, which will never be developed. And finally, that will impact over 5,000 citizens who will be deprived of the opportunity of living in new, clean, affordable housing. So I'll conclude my comments with that.
Yep, thank you very much, and you can send us your written testimony so that we can add in everything else that you didn't get a chance to say.
Any questions? I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Dathan.
Thank you, Mr. Foley, for testifying in front of Appropriations. I just wanted to restate that we haven't had an audit of housing released for about 2 years, and we are expecting a report this year covering fiscal year 24 and 25. Your points are taken, and we will continue to look at. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Much of this information has been submitted. It's submitted through the online portal with just a sampling of the documents of an entire dossier that I have pertaining to this matter.
Thank you.
The information is quite substantial, to say the least, and it's very serious.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Up next, I just asked Nicole Collins to accept that she should, she just texted me and said she is, so.
Madam Chair, we've attempted to promote her to panelist, but the system is not promoting her. So if she could please log off and log back on and try again, that might help to solve the problem.
Okay. Okay, she heard what you said. All right, so then we're going to go on to Alex Johnson. Is Alex Johnson here? Go ahead,
Yes,
sir.
I am. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker. I am Alex Johnson. I am President and CEO of Capital Workforce Partners. Capital Workforce Partners is the workforce development organization for the North Central region of Connecticut, serving the greater Hartford area, including the New Britain and Bristol area. And as a workforce organization, we work hard to ensure that both young people and adults get the skills that they need to be able to compete for middle skill jobs. So I did want to state that in terms of who we are as an organization. I also want to express my appreciation to this committee for their continued longstanding commitment to the young people of Connecticut and really working hard to increase the funding for the Connecticut Youth Employment Program. I am here today to express my concern with Senate Bill 389. Because I share the committee's commitment to expanding youth opportunity, I respectfully express my concern with Senate Bill 389 as it is currently written. And as we read how it is currently written, the definition for young people in that particular bill speaks to individuals who are 16 to 21 who are economically disadvantaged. The result of this bill will, in effect, render 14 and 15-year-old young people ineligible to receive services under the summer program. Obviously, that's a concern, particularly given the fact that last year, almost half of the young people that we served here at Capital Workforce Partners and also served statewide by the other 4 workforce boards, about half of the individuals served last year were 14 to 15-year-olds. And if time permitted, I would be able to go into the wealth of detail and info that really speaks to the value that this program provides to that particular population group. So I did want to, one, express my concern with the definition as it is currently written. At the same time, I do want to offer a suggestion to this committee, because we have been working with the Department of Labor, we being the 5 workforce boards, in partnership with the Department of Labor, have been working to come up with what we believe is a equitable formula that is inclusive of the 14 and 15-year-old age group. And there has been a formula that has been produced. It was not released, but it has been produced. And I would encourage the committee to review that formula and entertain whether it meets your needs. I would strongly encourage us to consider substituting the existing formula for the formula that I've just mentioned. I've noted that in the written communication that I have. And I just wanted to really bring this to your attention because I know as a committee, you're here to ensure that young people in our state get the opportunities that they need. I've been listening through the various presenters and recognizing that the challenges that our young people have, particularly in our urban areas, the absence of having access to summer jobs, I think is going to be detrimental to that young age group. So with that, I do want to support the work of this committee, but I did want to go on record as expressing my concern with this particular provision, given that it excludes 14 and 15-year-olds. And thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Did you send us written testimony which incorporated some of the other data points that you had?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We may reach out to you on that. Anybody else have any comments? You're all set, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you for the time, and we're happy to have a follow-up conversation.
Happy to chat.
Thank you.
Did Nicole make it on? Okay, Nicole Collins. The floor is yours.
Hi there. That's the side step of having to try to get your kid in the middle of all of this from school. And echoes the things that were said earlier, which this has been really a moving and heartwarming kind of session, realizing how many people around care enough about people that I'm happy to live in Connecticut. So I am here. Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Austin, who I called about as soon as I heard all these things, and the Appropriations Committee for listening to my testimony today. I'm Nicole Collins and the founder of Neurodiverse Consulting, where we support adults with various neurodiversities, including autism, brain injury, those on the DDS program, and others in the community. I am here to urge everyone to support the bill, Senate Bill 401. As I think Senator Austin mentioned before, the Connecticut DSS autism waiver serves adults that are diagnosed with autism before the age of 22 and do not have intellectual disabilities. Many of the people that we work with have average to above average IQs and are frankly a lot smarter than I am in many ways. Bright, motivated, actively working towards their goals. And despite doing everything that the state's been asking them to do, or we've been supporting them to do, many are at risk of losing SNAP benefits or have already received notice that they will, which is a very basic safety net for them, because they won't meet the strict federal hourly employment requirements. And it's certainly not due to a lack of effort. They are related to the barriers that their autism symptoms present themselves, and also strongly the ongoing bias in the workforce against people on the spectrum. Nationally, we know that unemployment among autistic adults remains extraordinarily high. And in Connecticut, the rates say that fewer than half of autistic individuals that receive vocational rehab, typically through the Bureau of Rehab Services, are employed. So less than half in our state, but our state is trying to support them. Many of our folks that we work with, and I have case examples if we have time, have high school diplomas, have certificates for their trade. Many have college degrees and apply to dozens of jobs with little or no response. And many of them are applying to jobs well below their capacity just so they can get employed and are still not getting responses. Others perform really well in work-supported trials, but struggle with the speed and the social expectations of the environment. And so they're actively engaged in these employment services, but they simply can't meet the inflexible federal thresholds that are out there. So when their food benefits are lost, the impact is immediate. We see increased anxiety, disrupted routines, reduced ability to focus on getting a job because they're trying to figure out how they're going to get through their day. It undermines the very progress that the state has really invested in. So I believe that Bill 401 offers really a practical, humane solution as a temporary bridge that keeps people fed and stable while they continue working towards meaningful employment, rather than pushing them into a further crisis for circumstances that they can't control. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you coming in particular relative to those people who have been diagnosed with autism. This is going to be devastating and has been already devastating to them. So thank you. Are there any comments or questions? You are all set. Now you can go back to taking care of the rest of everything you have going on.
Thank you.
Up next, you said number 13 is here, Theodore Boyton. Theodore Boyton. Did they leave us again? Okay, we'll come back. If he's working. Up next is Shelley Davis. Shelley?
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am the president of the Hartford Federation of Paraeducators and a proud paraeducator of 34 years. I also serve as the AFT Connecticut Divisional Vice President for PSRPs, representing thousands of paraeducators across our state. I am here today to urge you to support and pass House Bill 5446, because this bill is not just about wages, it is about protecting the future of Connecticut's classrooms. Paraeducators are essential to student success, and every day we provide direct, individualized support to students with disabilities, English learners, and those who need social-emotional intervention. We help implement instruction, maintain safe learning environments, and serve as a bridge between schools and home. We often live in the very communities we serve. Paraeducators are not extras. We are part of the instructional team that makes inclusive education possible. But despite the critical nature of our work, many paraeducators earn wages so low that they can't afford housing, health care, or retirement saving. Too many of my colleagues work multiple jobs just to survive. And every year we lose dedicated, experienced paraeducators, not because they lack passion, but because they can't afford to stay. This instability harms students, it disrupts classes, it puts enormous burdens on our teachers, and it makes it harder for districts to recruit individuals, especially when retail, manufacturing, and food service jobs often pay more than working in public education. House Bill 5446 offers a responsible solution. First, it establishes a $45,000 minimum salary, finally recognizing that paraeducators deserve a living wage for the vital work we do. Second, it provides state-funded stipends to help districts cover the distance between current pay and the new minimum. This protects local budgets while ensuring fair wages statewide. Third, it is strengthening retirement security by requiring boards of education to cover employees' contributions to CMERS or other retirement systems, with the comptroller reimbursing half of that cost. After decades of service, paraeducators deserve to retire with dignity, not poverty. Passing this bill is an investment. It will stabilize the workforce, improve student outcomes, and make our schools more equitable. When paraeducators are supported, schools have stability and students thrive. House Bill 5446 sends a clear message. Connecticut values the people who support our most vulnerable learners. It ensures that passionate, experienced paraeducators can afford to stay in the career they love. So on behalf of paraeducators across Connecticut and the thousands of students whose lives we touch every day, I respectfully urge you to pass House Bill 5446. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our schools, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. You've been up here before, I remember. Thank you for your continued support. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
If not, thanks. Have a good day.
You as well.
Next, Norma Martinez Hosang. She's online.
Yes. Hi, dear members of the Finance Committee and the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Norma Martinez Hosang. I live in Hamden, and I'm the director of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to speak in support of SB 401 and HB 5446. Across Connecticut, our coalition is hearing from people worried about what will happen if they lose federal support that helps them keep food on the table, see a doctor, or stay housed. As the federal administration moves forward with proposals that weaken the safety net, including policies connected to Trump's big bill, our state must be ready to respond. The proposed bridge program in SB 401 recognizes a basic truth. When federal programs fall short, the state must step in so people do not suddenly lose access to health care, nutrition, housing, and employment supports. For people who rely on programs like Medicaid and SNAP, losing benefits is not an abstract policy debate. It can mean skipping meals, delaying medical care, or facing eviction. We also urge you to strengthen the proposal so that it reflects the full reality of who is being harmed by these federal changes. This bill's definition of vulnerable persons leaves out many legally present immigrants who are also losing access to these programs, refugees, people granted asylum, survivors of trafficking or domestic violence, humanitarian parole recipients, and Afghan or Iraqi special immigrant visa holders are part of our communities. Many of them parents, workers, and neighbors. Many are already losing access to SNAP, and some may lose medical coverage as soon as October 1st due to federal changes. If Connecticut creates a bridge program, these families should not be left behind. With HR 1 alone, our nation is experiencing one of the largest transfers of wealth from the poor to the rich in a single law in U.S. history. And at the same time, Connecticut residents could see nearly $1 billion in cuts to SNAP and Medicaid over the next year. Through our Stand Up Connecticut agenda, we have also spoken in a different committee about proposals on how to respond. There's some proposals that adjust the budget caps and other proposals that ask the wealthiest households and large corporations to contribute more. SB 401 recognizes that when people lose supports that keep them stable, consequences ripple across our entire communities. For many families in Connecticut, the issue addressed in HB 5446 and SB 401 are closely connected. Paraeducators, parents, caregivers, and neighbors support students every day, including those with IEP plans, yet many struggle to make ends meet. At the same time, many working people are worried about losing basic supports. So I will end it there by saying that we hope that you will pass these with the amendments or the additions for SB 401, and I thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Did you submit your testimony?
I have not uploaded it, but I will right now.
Would you please make sure you do that?
Yes. Thank you so much.
We read them as we start to
Oh, that's
formulate what our
wonderful.
bills are. That's why we like to have them. We put them in stacks according to the
Great.
bill.
Thank you. I will do it right now. I appreciate
Thank
you all.
Okay, have a good day. Are there any questions? M. Magliato?
Good afternoon. My name is Emmy Magliato, and I am number 34. And I'm hoping I could swap with my colleague, my beloved colleague, James Jetter, who's number 54, I believe, because he has to get out of here and go do the work,
Sure.
if possible. Thank you. Much appreciated.
I just got glared at by my staff, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, and I thank you. I actually have to get to New Haven to do a youth event
Yeah.
on playwriting as therapy. So, thank you. My name is James Jetter. I am the Executive Director of the Full Citizens Coalition. To the chairs, Representative Walker and Senator Austin, to distinguished members of the committee, I'm here today to speak about HB 5423. Not as a policy analyst, which I was in a previous career, but as someone whose life was transformed by the predecessors to this bill. Connecticut has begun to recognize the deep harms in how we incarcerate and how we release. This bill continues that evolution. It targets young people ages 21 to 26, what scientists call the thunderstorm years of brain development, and it works, and I am proof. I came home on Public Act 15-84. When that bill passed, I was immediately eligible for release, but immediate in reality took a year. During that year, I was appointed a lawyer who hired a social worker. I went through a battery of assessments, emotional, mental, psychological. They evaluated my mindset, my capabilities, my goals. They assessed my accountability. Did I understand my actions? Did I understand the harm I caused? Before I took one step before the parole board, I was thoroughly vetted. While that process could not provide full preparation for the outside, the vetting anchored me. It gave me clarity about what I wanted to do and where I needed to be. Since my return, I've been active in my community, in civic engagement, and in helping others find their own path home, carrying their accountability, rebuilding trust, and contributing. I am not alone. Roughly 100 people have been released under 15-84. 90% of us are still home. We are fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, friends, neighbors, volunteers, advocates. We are violence interrupters, business owners, and exceptional employees. We are setting examples for younger generations, showing them how to pivot, how to meet life stressors, how to choose a different path. Now, let's talk a little bit about the fiscal note. It is estimated that preventing a single homicide saves a city $1 million. That alone is worth the investment, but let's look broader. Over 100 returned citizens from the first two bills are now contributing to Connecticut's tax base. We purchase groceries, some of us are homeowners, we pay electric bills, we pay rent and mortgages. The fiscal note attached to this bill is a drop in the bucket compared to what the state has already received in return. Our production, our tax contributions, our civic engagement, these are tangible, measurable benefits. And they are the smallest part of what we offer. We are healing. We are healing our communities. We are transforming how our youth see themselves and their futures. We are re-sparking imaginations about what a community can be and what power actually means. I urge you to pass HB 5423. It is sound fiscal policy for Connecticut. More importantly, it is sound community policy. This is how we grow safety. This is how we grow civic life. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you tell us what types of programs are you running now?
We run a program with the City of Hartford's Office of Violence Intervention and Prevention, where we work with the same population, emergent population, ages 21 to 30, who have open cases and who are returning from acts of violence, on how they return, offering mentoring. We help them get into schools, get employment, find housing. We run workshops statewide on civic engagement, the history of disenfranchisement. We run a program called show you how to move in a room full of gangsters, which is actually it's a workshop. It's a 2-day workshop on discipline. That every level of freedom and growth requires new disciplines in you, and how do you develop that? We are partnered with Quinnipiac University. We're developing this credible master leadership academy. I run a civic allyship program at Dwight Hall at Yale. We work with mutual aid in Hartford. Like we're very active. We're everywhere.
And the people that are doing the training and the teaching, most of them are returning?
Formerly incarcerated.
All returning citizens.
Mm-hmm.
And the number of people that have returned back to prison for whatever reasons, do you have any idea how many in your group?
A total of 11 people, 4 for absconding, which means that like they didn't report. Then foreign violations, which means that they either had like a dirty urine, and then unfortunately there's one who was incarcerated in Maine on a gun charge, but there hasn't been an act of violence out of the 11 who have been reincarcerated.
Many of do some of the people that have been struggling been able to get mental health support?
It's hard. We have offices in New Haven, in Hartford, and then we have an office with Justice for Everybody on Yale's campus, their office, and those are spaces that people in our community use to kind of be safe and work through their stuff. But it's expensive. Therapy is expensive.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I know.
we understand, but the value outweighs the cost.
Very much so.
And that's the part that I wanted people to hear what you do, because I know you, James, very well. Yeah. And I know you don't stop, and you are on a mission. I don't know I'm sure you haven't really defined the mission, because then you're afraid you'd stop, but I think you're doing a fantastic job working with the kids and also for adults coming out of the system and everything. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Everybody, I'm going to get shot. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just had one quick question. When you said 11, out of how many?
Out of a little over 100. It's been a little over 100, yeah.
I think that's really important to give. Thank you. Thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Representative Datham? She's
Thank
leaning
you.
over the counter. She's like, I want to talk.
I'm like, I want to talk. First of all, thank you so much, and thank you for coming all the way up here. I know you have a busy day, but these work that you're doing is so important, and it sounds like it's just right for the mark. We want to make sure that our youth receive not just, counseling service, but trauma-informed counseling
100%.
services. And I so appreciate that that's something that seems like you're focused in on. And we're advocating here because sometimes there are, deep things that have happened to young people, and they're just end up in the wrong place, and they don't have a developed brain, as we see with the neurosciences told us in the decades, as you've talked about. So just wanted to say thank you, and just appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, we often talk about the fact that, healthy people, that's mentally, emotionally, don't go to prison, right? And but I don't think we start from that position when we think about prison. I was a depressed 14-year-old. Like, I can look back and understand like my drug abuse. I can understand the reason, my isolation. I was a deeply depressed 14-year-old that wound up doing great harm in my community, right? And that never got addressed. And it's not to downplay the harm in any way. I carry my harm. Like I'm motivated every day in my life by the action that I can't undo. And so that's never, the two aren't, like, they don't negate one another. They both exist, and I have to carry both of those with me. I have to carry this child, and I have to carry this harm. And most of us, if not all of us, do. And I just think that the purview of starting there, and the end taking into account on those who were never received that start is important, and that's what this bill is about.
Absolutely. I think someone said it best earlier, better than I could, that, you have a youth that has been chronically under stress and pressure and having a lot of fight or flight mentality their whole lives. And that does something also to your brain and rewires it. So thank you again,
Thank you.
but appreciate it.
Wait.
Thank you. Oh.
I just have to say, because something you said just, triggered something in my brain. So I had a 14-year-old who was depressed. We nearly lost her. And I tell that story publicly with permission, because it is really important that people know. And I will tell you, the other reason I do that is because as a parent, it is very lonely to be that parent with that 14-year-old who does not want to be here anymore. And I don't know how depressed you were. It doesn't matter the level to which you were depressed, but you were depressed enough that you were going into something that you didn't have to go into. And last year we heard a young woman say to us that because of youth employment, she did not fall victim to her community. And I went home to my children and I said, never once have you had to think about not falling victim to your community. Never once. And so these testimonies today, when you say something like that to me, it is, we have abdicated our full responsibility to people, and especially to children. And there is no reason that any of that happened to you and for you, etc., should have happened. And if no one has ever said that to you, I am saying that to you today. That should have never happened.
Thank you.
And that 14-year-old inside of you, someone should have been there. You should have had the resources that you needed and everything that went along with that. So to think that I was able to provide those resources because I had the privilege of providing those resources. She used to hide the suicide hotline number under a fake friend's name so that she could call that number, so that she could talk to someone because we didn't know right away, right? Because y'all are real good at hiding things at 14. So, and also thought she should handle it herself. And at 14, you probably thought you should handle it yourself, correct? So I just want to say that should not have gone the way it went. And we really do listen, and we really do hear you in this committee. And I just appreciate the bravery of being here and the work that you're doing on yourself and others.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You submitted the testimony, right?
Nope, I'm going to right now.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank
We need these testimonies for, we're going to have to go through some more committees. And so we want to take your voice with us to other committees and everybody else that's testifying today. So thank you.
Appreciate you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is number 28, Brian Jordan, online? In person. Oh, in person. Hey, Brian.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Jordan. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for Communal Healing Through Justice Reform and the Justice for Everybody movement at Yale. I'm here to speak in support of the emerging adult legislation to address concerns related to not only the physical note, but also providing for many of these individuals a first chance. It is often looked at as a second chance, but through my lived experience, many of us haven't really had a first chance. And this is an opportunity to provide a real first chance for a great number of people. I think one thing that's overlooked when we talk about cost of incarceration is what many of us do when we are provided another chance. We just heard from my colleague, somebody I work quite closely with, James Jetter, Ray Boyd, and many of the like, and they are providing opportunities for employment, which help us pay into the economy in the state of Connecticut, taxes, home ownership, and we often, when we think about costs, I think we overlook how that can offset something. It's hard to put a number like that on a line item in the budget, but in the work that I do in the community, we are often the ones that these returning citizens come to for employment, job training, We are on the front lines for community violence. We are often responders, mitigators of harm. I do a lot of restorative justice work in the community, looking for solutions to avoid long-term incarceration or any incarceration at all. So I have the privilege of witnessing firsthand in Connecticut what emerging adults do when they do return to the community. There's often some fear in that. When we talk about legislation like this and almost like a boogeyman effect to people returning home. And I take great pride in being not only a witness to what people can do with another chance, but also an example of that as well. And I spoke about first chances. I'm somebody that probably was, I served 20 years inside the Department of Correction, and I was arrested for the first time at 12 years old, and was kicked out of school in the 8th grade. And we often talked about brain science, and as I grew up in these detention centers, CJR, Mount St. John, Long Lane, and the like, most of them are closed now. They were terrible places when I went. And as I read the science and the research at work, I often wondered what that type of environment, how did that develop my brain? You know, we say under 26, but from the hundreds and thousands of kids that we put through those places that ultimately still ended up in prison, what chance did they get? And I think a legislation like this for that generation that are about my age now, that have been sitting for decades and grew up in carceral spaces because we just didn't have the system in place to catch them when they fell through the holes. I think it's a time that Connecticut provides some opportunities that we could have done a long time ago. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Brian, for your testimony. And by the way, we followed up at the Osborne. I don't know if someone told you. We had somebody go and check the water system. And in one of the facilities, it was clean. One of the others isn't. We're following up with that, too.
And you also should know it's a blackout right now. The power is out in Osborne. We're trying to get them moved to somewhere with power. So it's a thing that we're watching as well. But I appreciate you following up.
Yeah, I was very happy. The ombudsman immediately went out there after you told us. And so we followed up. But we try and help. We try and connect the lines and make sure that we as Connecticut follow through. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thanks. Next, Viola Clune. Yeah, we did. He was
Good afternoon. My name is Viola Clune. I'm going to be testifying on behalf of Nicholas Crawford, who is currently incarcerated at Garner Correctional Institution, and will be testifying in support of HB 54-23, an act concerning juvenile justice. Crawford writes, "First, I want the family of my victims to know that I am deeply sorry, especially for the pain and hurt that they have had to endure. I know my words won't change anything or erase all that they have been through. I know my actions and decisions I have made affected them greatly, and I am truly sorry. My name is Nicholas Crawford, and I am currently serving a 35-year sentence at Garner Correctional Institution. I'm a first-time offender, and this is my first time being incarcerated. I am 34 years old and have been incarcerated since I was the age of 19. When I entered the system at 19, I was surrounded by grown adults. I felt out of place, a sense of unfamiliarity, not knowing what to expect. But I never expected to spend most of my life in prison. I take full responsibility for my actions that brought me to this point. The thought of being incarcerated through my 20s, 30s, 40s, and half of my 50s was life-changing for me at that moment, being sentenced at the age of 20. I had a normal childhood with a loving family. My mother worked hard and still does. I was raised by many family members, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and older cousins. My mother struggled at times, but she still provided and did her best. Seeing death and violence at a young age didn't help me as I got older. Losing family and friends to gun violence changed my way of living, and being on edge became normal. I had never been in prison or any type of system before. The one mistake I made, though, at the age of 19 seems to define my whole life in the eyes of the system. This one mistake cannot be the way people portray or view me.
That is why this bill is so important for individuals like me and so many others who entered the system at a young age. A second chance at life would be very significant. We just want a second chance to correct our wrongs and prove that we are not the people society claims us to be. Many of us will become productive members of society if given the chance. I've accomplished many things during my incarceration, and I am very proud of my growth. I'm currently working as a PCA worker in one of the mental health units in the facility. I'm pursuing my associate's degree in business administration. I've completed all the most important programs required of me and continue to participate in additional programming to keep learning. I have many goals I want to accomplish when I get out, and I have a strong support system. Because of the PCA/CNA program, I have opportunities to work at a hospital, a home for the elderly, and in home care. My main goal is to have my own business and give back to my community. My growth will be evident to society. This bill is very important and life-changing. Knowing that you could receive a second chance to live a normal life and be an upstanding citizen means everything. There are many mothers hoping the system does not have us forever. I'm not just hoping, I'm also praying that we can give hope back to those mothers who have lost it for many years and decades. Thank you, and I appreciate listening to this testimony.
Thank you, and thank him for allowing you to read the testimony and things like that. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you for being here also. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, Quinn Meehan. Remote, maybe? No? Is he? Are they on?
Oh, sorry, I'm on mute. My bad. Hello, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 5421. I will also note that I am a friend of Alex Brown, who testified earlier, and I also do support House Bill 5423. I'm Quinn Meehan, a Bethany resident, community organizing and policy MSW intern at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. I'm also a power chair user, though I do not require most forms of durable med equipment to access healthcare. However, I am here in solidarity with my community and for health justice for all. I know firsthand how difficult it can be to access healthcare while disabled, even without needing additional equipment such as lifts or accessible exam tables. As a disabled person, accessing healthcare already requires a tremendous amount of extra work. At many appointments, I find myself explaining my own body to doctors who are unfamiliar with my disability or gender. I often have to advocate for basic accommodations, coordinate documentation, and manage information between different providers and medications. In many ways, disabled patients are expected to act as our own care coordinators, advocates, and educators just to receive routine care. No one should have to fear being injured, harmed, or further disabled during a routine medical visit. Disabled people, so when those visits come with the fear of being dropped during a transfer or the burden of bringing your own equipment, it adds yet another barrier to care. Many disabled people already delay or avoid healthcare because of past experiences or inaccessibility or ableism in medical settings. Preventative care is supposed to protect our health, but when accessing that care carries the risk of injury or harm, many disabled people are understandably reluctant to seek it at all. These barriers can lead to worsening health and preventable complications. Access to healthcare does not end with insurance coverage or the ability to pay a copayment. It also means being able to safely receive the quality care that we and our insurance plans are paying for. It has been shown in research that very few doctors, less than a quarter of U.S. outpatient physicians, reported always or usually using accessible weight scales, and less than half reported always or usually using accessible exam tables. So it's already difficult to find providers who accept Medicaid, who understand our disabilities, or who know how to support our other identities. And when facilities lack accessible equipment, it limits our options even further. While it would be ideal for all facilities to independently fund this equipment, the reality is that many long-term care providers operate on tight margins, and hospitals are facing growing financial strain due to reductions in Medicaid reimbursement and rising levels of uncompensated care. Public investment in accessibility infrastructure helps ensure that the consequences of systemic underfunding do not fall on disabled patients in the form of unsafe or inaccessible care. Universal urges the Appropriations Committee and the General Assembly to pass House Bill 5421 to help ensure that healthcare facilities have the tools they need to provide safe, accessible care for adults, for older adults, people with disabilities, and for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening. Next, Svetlana Bayadak. Remote? Okay.
Hi, yes. Thank you so much for letting me testify for the first time in front of you guys. And I'm here to express my support for the House Bill 5423. So my name is Svetlana Badak. I'm a vice president of a nonprofit organization. It's called We Got This. I'm a mental health professional, and my husband is also incarcerated in Connecticut Department of Corrections with a life sentence. I did have notes, but as I heard people speaking, I know Devon's story really got to me. My husband also grew up on the streets of New Britain, literally on the streets of New Britain. He was 3 years old living in a cardboard box, and his criminal career started about that time when he was breaking into cars to stay warm. He was in and out of jails, and nobody ever asked why there's a little black boy breaking into cars. They just noticed that there was. And officially, he entered into Long Lane School and other juvenile facilities at age 9. And, well, he's been in and out of his institutions ever since, eventually progressing into solitary confinement at Northern, where he learned to read, write, and so forth. This bill probably does not even benefit him because, as I said, he was in solitary confinement. He got out about 4 months before, and he committed a crime at 26 years old. So those 4 months will disqualify him. But I still think that this bill is important. It is important to many people. So on a professional level, as a mental health professional, I work with juveniles and their families. Some are offenders, some are victims. We all see signs that's behind brain development. We have seen many states adopt measures to incorporate this knowledge with resounding success. The recidivism rates alone prove that people age out of crime, and the sentences are unfairly biased against people of color. This is factual, not just anecdotal evidence. But here we're going to talk about numbers. My husband, who I'm going to use as an example, is 50 years old. He has completed a post-secondary degree, actually 2 of them. As I said, he learned to read and write. He has spent now over 40 years in the system, over 20 of those in segregation of some sort. He was almost 40 years old when he was diagnosed with complex PTSD and bipolar. And after that diagnosis, he has not had a single violent disciplinary report since. He's established a business, he's established his education, he taught penitentiary law 101 in actual college. So science is forever evolving. Mental health improvements show that people can change if they're given the chance and the tools. So what if that money was available before he got into the system? I don't think he would be there to begin with. Statistically, looking at 2024 research, someone his age and his health conditions, it costs the state about $125,000 a year, and that's going to increase. There's no programs left for him to take. All he could do is just sit there. And advocates often describe prisons as nursing homes with bars because of the number of aging prisoners with serious health conditions. In Connecticut, there's about 25% of incarcerated people over 45 years old. Connecticut also highlights as being one of the largest lifer populations. What's our takeaway from that? Approximately $125,000 a year for over 400 prisoners. We're looking about $500,000 in savings per year. What can we do with that $500,000 other than shopping? We can put that money towards victim services, reentry, community resources. We need so much. These people are great at becoming mentors and reducing those crimes. So personally working with victims, I have been part of a restorative justice program, and those bring peace and closure. This state does not hold that program, but I've experienced my own times, over 90% of people self-reporting that they have improvements in overall mental health. So I fully believe, professionally and personally, that This money is better spent for positive purposes rather than warehousing these individuals for the rest of their lives. And let me emphasize, we're not looking to release people. Just like that, we're simply giving them a chance to prove that they can do better. So
Thank
this
you,
is
thank you for your testimony, Svetlana.
sorry.
It's okay. Thank you for your testimony and sharing your story with us. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Jean Mills? Online?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jean Mills Arana, and I'm an elder law attorney with Connecticut Legal Services. I also serve on the board of directors of the Southwestern Area Agency on Aging and ARI of Connecticut, a nonprofit serving individuals with disabilities. On behalf of Connecticut's legal aid programs and our low-income and disabled clients, who include many participants in the SNAP program, I urge you to immediately create and fund a state-funded food assistance program as part of a bridge program under SB 401 to serve Connecticut residents. Senate Bill 401 proposes a bridge program to assist many vulnerable persons affected by the passage of the federal law HR 1 last year. We support the creation of this program, and we strongly urge making accommodations for affected SNAP beneficiaries. People having had their SNAP benefits denied, reduced, or eliminated include adults ages 55 to 64, veterans, caretakers of children between the ages of 14 to 18, people experiencing homelessness, and former foster care youth between the ages of 18 and 24, all of whom were previously exempt from work requirements. Just the paperwork required to provide compliance with the new work requirements will be a barrier to food aid for some individuals who are in fact employed at a level that makes them eligible for SNAP. There are now thousands of residents in 68 Connecticut towns who live in areas of high unemployment who are no longer eligible for exemptions from the work requirements as well. Also, refugees, asylum seekers, victims of human trafficking or domestic violence, Afghani or Iraqi special immigrants who assisted U.S. Armed Forces have lost their SNAP eligibility due to HR 1. It's absolutely clear that a lot of Connecticut residents in all parts of the state are already hungrier and less healthy as a result of these federal reductions in SNAP. It's only going to get worse. Without SNAP benefits to supplement their food budgets, individuals and families will have to make difficult choices about how to stretch their dollars each month. They cannot pay less rent or less per gallon of gas. Food budgets will have to be reduced, resulting in people having less food for their families. And in all likelihood, they will also have lower quality food, since that can be bought in larger quantities for less money. Food banks cannot solve this problem. Some have suggested that they can, but while these vital resources are valuable, emergency food is meant for emergency relief, not ongoing access to daily food. The food bank system can also not consistently provide food for those with specific dietary needs. This system is already stretched to capacity. Furthermore, many food pantries or banks are located in inconvenient areas or for limited hours, which makes obtaining even this insufficient amount and type of food difficult, especially for people trying to meet the work requirements. Our state needs a state-funded supplemental nutrition program like SNAP to replace the food dollars our fellow residents need. The coming food deprivation needs to be met by a Connecticut solution, a Connecticut SNAP program to replace the food dollars taken away by the federal administration in HR 1. Without such a program, too many people will be hungry and without adequate nutritious food. This is unacceptable in a state with our resources. This basic need must be met, and a state-funded SNAP program is the way to do it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify you before today, and for your ongoing concern and action to maintain and improve the rights and care of the residents of Connecticut. Please act to assist them as soon as possible under this bridge program in 401. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, Tracy Bernardi Guzman. I'm sorry, Amari Brantley. Online? No? Amari Brantley? No, not online. Okay. All right. Tracy Bernardi Guzman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Bernardi Guzman, and I am the founder of Reentry Solutions CT and a case manager at a reentry welcome center. Today, I'm speaking as a woman who has lived through the very issue HB 523 is trying to fix. I strongly support this bill because it finally recognizes what science has proven, that the parts of the brain responsible for judgment, impulse control, and decision making do not fully develop until around the age 26. I was a 19-year-old when I went to prison and came home almost 43. At 19, I had only been alive for 19 years, yet I was sentenced to 30 years. That was more years than I had even lived. I was a scared young adult with an underdeveloped brain, trying to survive circumstances I didn't understand. This bill ensures that courts consider those developmental realities, and it creates fair, structured second look for people who committed their crimes under the age of 26. Not automatic release, just a chance to be seen for who they've become. I also want to speak to the cost of ignoring the second look. It costs $63,000 a year to incarcerate one person. The state spent 1,400 and I'm sorry, $1,449 on me, incarcerating me, not including my medical or court costs. If I had served my full 30 years, it would have cost taxpayers $2 million plus. Instead, I'm home paying taxes, contributing to my community, and helping hundreds of men and women successfully re-enter society. And I'm not alone. Many people who went to prison under the age of 26 are now home. They're leading nonprofits, they're mentoring youths, they're supporting victims, reducing violence. We are the ones lowering recidivism. We are the proof that when you give young people a second chance, you make communities safer. And you save this state millions, even billions, by not reincarcerating people again and again. Young people who commit serious harm can grow. We are not frozen in the worst moments of our life. We are human beings in a constant state of becoming. So I ask you to imagine just for one moment if it were your child, 18, 19, or even 25 years old, whose brain was still developing and who made a terrible decision that they could not fully comprehend or take back. Would you want them to have a second look? Thank you for your time and for considering a bill that recognizes science, accountability, and the possibility of change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy, and have a good evening. Next, Sukhmani Singh. Online.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Singh. I'm faculty at UConn School of Social Work, a developmental community psychologist and principal investigator of the study on Public Act 1584, which you are welcome to peruse as it is available on the Sentencing Commission website. And I'm here today because I want to offer my unwavering support for HB 5423. As a scientist, I urge us to align our public policies with current developmental and neuroscience, which tells us that brain development continues well into emerging adulthood through age 26. We must therefore eliminate the arbitrary cutoff date of October 1st, 2005, and raise the age of parole eligibility to under 26. If we're worried about public safety, the national literature on this population of people that we call juvenile lifers and our findings from the CT 1584 study tell us that there are extremely low recidivism rates. Our rate here in Connecticut is 11%. 14 out of 123 people released. I remember there were a few questions that you all were asking James earlier. California provides a really good example because in 2017, they did raise the age of parole eligibility to under 26, and the recidivism rate there is 3.1. The fiscal impacts of us doing this are enormous. We spend approximately $60,000 to $62,000 a year to incarcerate one individual, and this cost doubles when they're 50 years of age. If we continue to do what we're doing, that means we're going to be spending $28 million approximately on a conservative estimate to incarcerate the roughly 450 individuals who actually would stand an opportunity for a parole review should we align our laws with science. Lastly, I want to say it's very important to know who juvenile lifers are. National research tells us that these are people who are children disproportionately suffering the intertwined harms of poverty, racism. They grew up in poor neighborhoods, experienced and witnessed community violence, endured sexual and physical abuse, and were failed by public systems like education. As a state, we have to expand what we believe public safety is to be above and beyond recidivism and commit to creating it through investing in human beings and addressing poverty, which actually kills more people than homicides a year. In the 2 years that I led the 1584 study, I found that the people I was socialized to believe who were the super predators of the 80s and 90s were actually my friends, my neighbors, colleagues, fellow taxpayers, change makers, and loved ones. On so many occasions, we have broken bread, shared laughs, and conversed about morality, justice, and the world that we want to see. I can invariably say that these are people who carry and mourn the harm they caused, and I know how much that anchors them in the work towards creating a society that benefits all of us. From enacting voting reforms so that democracy is more accessible to creating reentry projects, they hold communal space and work towards justice. And I think as a state, we have an incredibly important opportunity here. Let's align with the science and let's do more for public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony today. Did you submit your testimony?
I have not submitted my written testimony, but I am happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Next is Ismail Ali, online or in person? In person. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. And greetings to the committee, and I'm very glad to be here today. And actually, I want to testimony on the HB 54-23. My name is Dr. Ismail Ali, and I just want to speak on the behalf of a person that I've been helping for the last 47 years that's been incarcerated. And I would like to, if I'm permitted to speak in his language or on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
He states that, my name is Khalid Ibrahim, inmate 22888. I am a prisoner in the Connecticut Department of Correction. My offense took place in November the 1st, 1991. I've been incarcerated for over 30-some odd years. He's at this time 56 years old, been incarcerated since he was 22. His statement deals first with dealing with the departments of trial courts that he has constantly been denied. He said he was involved in a felony murder case, and the gentleman that was with him had 25 years, and he's been out for quite some time now. He felt that the representative of the attorney did not have his concern, and he stated that he felt that the gentleman that was with them would not be able to testify on a behalf that would hurt him or to harm him, but he was wrong. The jury found him guilty on the charge and gave him 50 years, in which he's been incarcerated ever since 1991. At 56 years old, he says that he has grown to become a man in prison. He has learned many skills of welding, electricity, plumbing, and he has used some of these skills in speaking and helping others in some of the programs that he had been involved in. He has completed 40 programs in the system. He also states that there's not a lot that's left for him to really to learn now in DOC, but he mentioned the fact that he is very aware of the fact that there are many that are coming in the institution and he's trying to help because he's been there at such a young age. And he is saying that at the time it was not developed. His mind was not developed in order to concentrate on some of the things that needed. He said it was the first time that he had ever been incarcerated or been to the institution of going to the trial court. So he urges the people that people who are 21 years old or around that age did not have a developed mind. And he also mentioned the fact that if given the opportunity, oftentimes they can be a great accomplishment in our society. He said he would like to have the opportunity to be able to help with some of the institutions that are on the streets, and that he feels that he's capable of doing so. And he requests the fact that he would be, hopefully, with this law being passed, it would give him that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, sir. And you are going to submit it to?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Mike Merrily? No? Are you gonna? Oh, okay. I thought he was going. I thought he was sitting back down. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, and
yep, still afternoon.
yeah, my name is Mike Murley. I am currently a resident of Milford, though Bridgeport will always be my home as well. I'm a paralegal for attorney Alex Taubes, a community organizer with Abolition Ummah, a grassroots Muslim-led organization here in Connecticut. I'm also here in solidarity with the Coalition for Communal Healing through Justice Reform. And for the first half of my life, I did not know anyone who was incarcerated. Now I sit here so grateful for the friendships I've forged and the bonds that I've built with brothers behind prison walls. I'm here today to read the testimony of someone I'm so grateful to have in my life. To the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Darrell Solds, number 226100. I am currently incarcerated at Cheshire Correctional Institution, and I would like to give testimony in support of HB 5423. Growing up, my father's incarceration made him unable to be present in the ways that I needed him to be. As a youth without guidance, I made huge mistakes throughout my early years. Maybe I could have saved myself a lot of time behind bars. I might be further along economically, socially, and vocationally. It wasn't until my mid to late 20s that my ability to really weigh consequences became an asset to my character. I also have childhood friends that have committed serious offenses in their early 20s and then evolved into mindful, productive, law-abiding citizens. They are now homeowners, taxpayers, and assets to their families and their communities. Public safety is a concern for everyone, but it is my contention that a child without guidance is at grave risk of societal failure. This is why the state ought to consider all perspectives as it relates to the scientific findings of full development of the human brain. Furthermore, young people are least likely to reoffend after serving considerable amounts of time in prison. These individuals are far more likely to make positive contributions to their communities and would save the state of Connecticut significant amounts of money per prisoner. That saved cost of incarceration could go towards reentry endeavors, job placement, housing, and transportation vouchers for underserved families. I am told I owe thousands of dollars to the state for the time that I've served. But if I've paid my debt to the state, why do I still owe for the time that I've served? Why put more obstacles in front of returning citizens who already face a mountain of hurdles upon release? We must think as full citizens if we are trying to bring along those who could use our assistance. If we know that each and every one of us in this room and each and every one of us in this state has come up short in some way or shape, then who among us deserves to be denied the opportunity to right the wrongs that we committed when our capacity to make rational decisions had not yet fully developed? Thank you for your time, and thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Before you leave, how did he find out what his debt was to Connecticut? Did they inform him?
That I actually, I'm not entirely sure on.
Okay. Just curious. I'll
Sorry.
find out.
I'm sorry.
I'll find out. That's okay. That's all right. Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Have a good day.
You too.
Sarah. I'm going to ask Alice DOC.
Hi. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding SB 401, which creates a bridge program to address the absence of a viable long-term state response for those experiencing food insecurity and facing a loss of access to housing and health care due to the federal H.R. 1 cuts. My name is Sarah Parker McKernan. I'm a legislative policy advocate for Connecticut's legal services programs, which include New Haven Legal Assistance, Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and Connecticut Legal Services. SB 401 attempts to fill some of the gaps created by federal H.R. 1 and proposes to provide transitional state-funded medical assistance, food assistance, housing assistance, and importantly, and not thought of before, employment support services to those impacted by these federal cuts. Food, housing, and healthcare programs have been eliminated from the lives of thousands of our low-income residents by H.R. 1. These are individuals who have no other resources and need to eat, maintain their health, and remain in safe housing. H.R. 1 removes the previous work exemption status for many on Medicaid and limits eligibility for food assistance to 3 months in 3 years if unable to meet these new work requirements. SB 401 commendably provides much needed employment assistance and job supports to help individuals access jobs. However, SB 401 still needs to provide more prompt relief and resources for those impacted by H.R. 1. Any action must include the immediate creation of a state-funded food assistance program. While all of the programs included in SB 401 are essential, the impact has been most immediate around food assistance and the cuts to SNAP. The changes to SNAP made in H.R. 1 are already being implemented. The language of SB 401 should include the establishment of the state-funded food assistance program. DSS estimates that there are 36,000 individuals in Connecticut who are at risk of losing SNAP because of those provisions. Many of those at risk of losing SNAP may still be eligible for work requirement exemptions. SB 401 should mandate screening of individuals for continued SNAP eligibility and exemptions prior to termination of benefits. Any state-funded food assistance program should include all of those in the paragraph on vulnerable persons that's defined in this bill, but should also add previously exempt caretakers caring for children between the ages of 14 and 18 who are now going to be subject to work requirements. That was changed from an exemption if caring for children under the age of 18. And also all of the eligible lawfully present non-citizens, including refugees, asylees, trafficking victims, and DV survivors for whom SNAP eligibility has been eliminated. It's not clear what the administrative cost of setting up a state-funded food assistance program would be, but much of the underlying infrastructure and administrative processes may already exist through other programs administered by DSS. The potential to use the emergency fund created during the last special session still exists. These funds could be used to develop the administrative systems needed to implement a state-funded program and to distribute benefits while a more long-term solution is advanced. Connecticut should not be relying on our emergency food systems, and we know that. I also just want to say that we also support Section 4 of HB 5447, and that increases the monthly cash benefit for TFA recipients to 55% of the federal poverty level. For a family of 2, it's currently 40% or $709 a month, which is all they're going to get. If you increase it to 55%, it's going to be $970 a month, and that makes a tremendous difference in their lives.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thanks, sir. Good to see you. Shakur Collins. We like your jacket.
Thank you. We sit here a long time. We have to talk about something.
What do we believe about a human life? That the worst moment defines it forever, or that time, truth, and transformation have the power to reshape it? Members of this committee and all present here today, thank you for your time. My name is Shakur Collins, and I ask this question not philosophically, but as someone whose life has lived inside this answer. I was incarcerated in Connecticut for approximately 22 years. I entered prison about a month after my 18th birthday. And despite my incarceration, I started to make choices that ultimately showed that I became someone who would contribute to the world more than I had taken from it. And when our state chose to raise the age for the juvenile parole eligibility in 2023, I benefited directly from that law and was given something simple but powerful: the possibility of coming home. That possibility changed a lot for me. And it didn't erase responsibility, it deepened it. Since returning home, which has only been 15 months, I became a full-time student at Wesleyan University pursuing my degree in African American Studies, and I will graduate this May with high honors.
All right, all right.
I now work thank you. I now work collaboratively with higher ed partners, helping build pathways for incarcerated people to access higher education and have successful reentries. But I want to be clear about something. My story isn't the exception. During my incarceration, I lived among men who understood the cost of wasted time. I saw men choose to transform their anger into guidance, their regret into service, into commitments to prevent harm in younger generations. Many of those men and women are still inside today because of a harmful, arbitrary law that has decided that their change doesn't matter. But it does, and we need to honor seeing that transformation. Also, let's think about what it costs to incarcerate people. But when people who have transformed are allowed to return home, they don't come back empty-handed. They come back as people committed to repairing the very communities that once felt their harm. I mean, we have prime examples in Ray Boyd, James Jeter, Tracy Bernardi Gonzalez, Guzman, Shannon Samperi, Bryant Love Jordan, Alex Brown, and there's countless others. Communities benefit not when hope is locked away forever, but when growth is allowed to return and give back. So when I ask the question, what do we believe about a human life? My story is an answer. But there are many others waiting for a chance to prove that same truth, that their stories are answers too. James Baldwin reminds us, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. So today, with HB 5423, we have the opportunity to face this and change it. So let's change it, because I am the proof that when hope is allowed to flourish, we all benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Did you start Wesleyan when you were in?
Yeah, I graduated from CT State in 2024, about a couple months before I came home, graduated with high honors, and then I was in there, what's called College and Prison Education Program, CPE.
Yeah, CC. So you started there?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. That is. Were there quite a few in your class?
So I started in 2019, and it was a cohort of 19, and 11 graduated in 2024, and then you have the remainder of that cohort graduating actually this June.
Okay. Are you guys connecting to each other?
Definitely, yeah. I speak to the men and women, and then just part of what my job is, like with re-entry and stuff. We speak every day.
Thank you for your testimony. You put it on.
What do you like about this jacket?
Oh, look at it.
Everything.
Look, yeah.
What's not to love?
I mean, the colors. It's
Yeah.
the connection, like the
flash.
yeah. I like the teeth going across too. I thought that was cool. Thank you so much for your testimony.
No, thank you. I appreciate you all.
You submitted it, right?
I haven't, but I will.
But you will. Thank you.
I'm actually in a bit of a rush now because I have to be at the same program that James Jeter is at. So, but when I get settled in,
go to work.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Have a good day. Is Rob on? Rob, he's on? Okay, Rob.
Good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and members of the committee. My name is Rob Burrill. I'm president of SEIU District 1199, which represents about 26,000 both public and private sector healthcare workers across the state. I'm speaking to you today on Senate Bill 401, which would create a vital bridge to support veterans, people who are housing insecure, adults diagnosed with autism, young adults aging out of the foster care system, and persons aged 55 to 64 who are at risk of losing benefits due to the changes in work requirements based on the federal bill that passed last summer. I do want to encourage us to think broader and even more courageously in light of what we were seeing from the federal government. But I would just say we should start with just being honest that the Trump administration is being very clear that its agenda is to support even more in profits for billionaires and corporations, and that is more important to them than protecting working class people and working families. Our communities are facing over $1 trillion in cuts to SNAP, Medicaid, healthcare benefits, housing support programs, and mental health. And to that point, 1199 would like to see the addition of legally present immigrants under the definition of vulnerable persons in line 2 of Senate Bill 401. Specifically, immigrants who have lost access to SNAP or will lose access to Medicaid based on HR 1. Immigrant statuses that are losing benefits include refugees, individuals granted parole for at least 1 year, individuals granted asylum or related relief, certain people who are abused spouses or children, certain victims of trafficking, and Afghan or Iraqi special immigrants. We appreciate this conversation that is taking place because, again, there will be many people who are unfortunately going to be the victims of HR 1. We are asking you to pass this bill and doing so with the suggested changes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony. Good to see you, Rob. Next, Elizabeth Hinton. Hi. Just to let everybody know, this young lady's been the one that's been organizing all of the speakers today, so we all thank you.
I can't take individual credit for it, but
Yes,
it's a
Take a lap.
labor of love and a collection and communal effort. Good afternoon, Chairpersons Austin and Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Hinton. I am a historian of criminal justice policy and professor at Yale University and Yale Law School. I am here today in support of HB 5423, and I would like to focus my remarks on the fiscal implications of expanding emerging adult parole eligibility. Previous fiscal notes tend to underestimate the costs associated with parole eligibility. They consider only short-term variable costs, expenses such as food, clothing, and basic supplies, and they measure those costs only within a 2-year state budget window. Under that framework, the estimated savings, and this is the savings associated with a bill that looked similar to elements of this last year, was about $3,300 per person per year. This approach has two major problems. It doesn't include medical costs, and it doesn't capture the real fiscal impact of releasing someone who would otherwise remain incarcerated for decades. When we consider the largest drivers of correctional spending, staffing, facilities, administration, and healthcare, the fiscal picture changes dramatically. And today I'm just going to really focus on healthcare. According to the Department of Corrections' June 2025 data, baseline medical care for each incarcerated person in our system averages approximately $35 per day, or about $12,716 per year. When that medical cost is added to the $3,000 in basic variable costs, the true minimum annual cost reduction becomes about $16,000 per person, nearly 4 times that of the estimate reflected in previous fiscal notes. If we take this $16,000 and apply it to the 212 people who are currently barred from early parole eligibility due to the arbitrary October 1st, 2005 cutoff date that HB 5423 seeks to remedy, we have an even better picture of long-term savings. On average, people in this group are 30 years old, they're serving a 32-year sentence, and still have about 21 years remaining on that sentence. Considering only variable costs and medical care, their continued incarceration is on track to cost the state more than $336,000 per person, or about $71 million for all 212 people. If we include the other 238 people who would be eligible for early parole if the age was raised from under 21 to under 26, the state would save upwards of $151 million. And if we take into account staff, administration, and facilities operation, that would lead to savings of at least $583 million. But since medical costs rise significantly as people age in prison, these figures still underestimate the fiscal savings. The population who will be affected by HB 5423 is precisely the population who is projected to remain in prison into middle age and beyond, and whose incarceration is becoming the most medically expensive for the state to maintain. When parole boards determine that someone is rehabilitated and no longer poses a meaningful risk to public safety, it not only reduces correctional costs, it allows that individual to re-enter the workforce, support their family, and contribute to Connecticut's economy as a taxpayer rather than remaining a long-term fiscal obligation. Expanding emergent adult parole eligibility is not only smart justice policy, it's smart budgeting. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Liz. And use these statistics last year in your testimony?
I did not use them. Yeah,
I thought
I
you
did not
did.
use them in my
Okay,
testimony.
okay,
Yeah,
good,
I these are from the statistics. I used the average cost of incarcerating a person from the DOC responses, I believe, to this committee when they gave you guys a bunch of responses to it, something that they gave you in February, and then I used the latest data, which is the June 2025, at least that I have.
So you listened to our public health, our public hearing. God bless you. I thought we were the only ones that listened.
No, well,
but thank
this is
you.
important to me. Thank you so much.
Oh, wait, one question.
Sure.
Just one very quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. When you're talking about the fact that this population is aging,
Yeah.
and that they are more expensive as they age, and we know we're all more expensive as we
Yeah.
age for healthcare, would you happen to know if they are more proportionally more expensive than people who are out of prison and getting good medical care? Like, are they perhaps getting different kinds of conditions that, if they were not incarcerated, they would have better health if they were outside, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, well, that's, I mean, there's all, we know how much, like, just incarceration itself is a health risk, and the condition of incarceration exacerbate existing health issues, but also create new ones.
I was thinking the cost of mental health alone would
Yep.
be enormous.
Mental health, I've heard Dr. Singh estimate that it's like usually once you're over 50 years old, it's about your medical costs inside are about double. So this is all just based on averages because we don't have that data. I think that there needs to be a lot more done on looking at medical care in prisons and the costs of medical care in prisons, especially for this elderly population. And we also know that the same population
Did she say elderly for over 50?
Well,
sorry, my bad. Just turned 50 last September.
Well, aging.
My back is hurting just thinking about
aging population. I'm not like
this
I'm
one's only
close to that,
25.
But for this aging population, excuse me, thank you for the correction. We know that medical costs are more expensive, and we also know that they tend to age out of crime. So the same people that we're talking about who would be eligible, many of whom you've heard from today, for parole review are also aged out of crime. And as we heard from Dr. Singh and James Jetter and others, really pose very little risk to public safety. In fact, they're helping to make communities safer, families stronger, and our communities stronger here in Connecticut. So,
amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Monica Nugent.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Still afternoon.
Yes, still
I think.
afternoon.
Yeah. Good
We
afternoon,
got another hour for that.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker. My name is Monica Nugent. I am the Manager of Public Policy and Advocacy at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association of community nonprofits. Community nonprofits provide essential services to over 500,000 individuals and families in Connecticut every year, improving the quality of life in communities across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 401. Nonprofits can and should play a critical role in this planning. Nonprofits across the state provide vital services to the state's most vulnerable populations, including food distribution, emergency housing and shelter, and healthcare services. Nonprofits are the safety net for many individuals and will continue to be as H.R. 1 is implemented and individuals lose services. We appreciate the forward thinking of this committee in raising a bill that will account for a loss in those services, ensuring that individuals continue to receive the services they need to survive and thrive in their communities. However, while nonprofits are uniquely positioned to provide the services needed to these populations and can fill the service gaps, the influx of individuals seeking services after the implementation of H.R. 1 will be a strain on the system, even with the bridge program that this bill seeks to create. We recommend that the committee consider adding grant funding to the safety net agencies specifically designed to support services the people who are eligible for the new state-funded program that this bill would create. A pool of grant funding for nonprofits would ensure that the continuity of services as people transition off of federal benefits onto the programs created by this bill. It would help make sure that people don't fall through the cracks. Finally, nonprofits can be a resource for people who need to meet work requirements through volunteerism. While it may be difficult for some individuals to find and maintain a paid position due to lack of housing, school obligations, or other reasons, volunteering at a nonprofit can meet the needs of the work requirements. We encourage this plan to include volunteering at the state's nonprofits as an alternative to the job support programs. Again, we thank this committee for raising this important bill and encourage the committee to pass it. Sorry.
Yeah, we encourage them too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, and have a good day. Francesca DeVito?
Hi, hold on, I'm trying to get my video up. How are you?
Okay.
Good evening. It's almost 5, so good evening. Members of the committee, I'm here to speak on HB 54-23. My name is Francesca Jerez DeVito, and I am a professional non-attorney, special education and disability advocate with over a decade of experience, including work for disabled inmates in multiple states like Louisiana. I am also the daughter of Lieutenant Robert Seary, the former executive officer of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey's Police Academy, who gave his life on September 11th in the North Tower when I was 13 years old. As a daughter of the Thin Blue Line and a prison reform advocate, I've spent my adult life bridging the gap between two worlds that rarely speak the same language. I'm here because I believe in accountability, but I don't believe in disposability. Although I am testifying today as a Florida resident, I am representing loved ones, people who have loved ones who are currently incarcerated in Connecticut. And this bill and this issue reaches far beyond your beautiful state's borders. I recognize this bill has 3 parts: the expansion of juvenile justice, the use of an October 1st arbitration date, and the creation of a study committee. I support the movement of this bill, but I'm here to address 3 critical failures. First, we cannot support the arbitrary date of October 1st, 2005. Because of this cutoff, over 200 people who were literal children at the time of their offense are treated differently than their peers for no logical reason. Some only have to serve 60%, some have to serve 80% of their sentence. Second, this is a massive fiscal and operational failure. At what I crunched the numbers, it said $50,000 per year per inmate, which it seems like it's more expensive. This political compromise is a whopping $10 to $12 million annual drain on Connecticut's budget. Furthermore, we are asking overwhelmed corrections officers to manage an aging and overcrowded population that doesn't need to be there. Keeping rehabilitated individuals behind bars doesn't make a facility safer. It increases the strain and burnout of the men and women working in those blocks. Third, a study committee only delays what we already know. Families like the ones I'm speaking for today don't need a report months from now. They need action today. To keep rehabilitated people incarcerated just to study a date is a fiscal and moral injustice, and it's blatantly irresponsible. HB 5423, I'm sorry, I'm finishing up, should not be a vehicle for delay. Stop hiding behind committees and amend this bill immediately to remove that 2005 cutoff and allow for parole to be considered now, because every day you delay, you waste 10 million taxpayer dollars, you increase the danger for your corrections officers and the inmates alike, and you perpetuate a system that my fallen officer father would have called a complete injustice to these people. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a good evening, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
John O'Connor. Nope. Jeremy Tolunger. Jeremy Tolunger. No.
Hi, Chairs, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Chairs Austin, Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jeremy Tillinger. I'm a Director of Public Policy at Via Transportation, the global provider of transit technology. Thank you once again for the opportunity to testify on behalf of VIA regarding our support for today, Senate Bill 390, an act supporting a study of microtransit. I was here in front of the committee about a month ago and testifying in support of SB 9 and microtransit funding more broadly. Really happy to be here today regarding our support for SB 390, which would ensure that, as we continue to secure funding for the state's really fantastic microtransit program, that we can, in Connecticut, take on some of the similar work that is being done in states across the country that looks a little bit more forward-thinking and studying the future of potentially microtransit funding and governance. As background and a reminder, VIA is the contracted mobility provider for several successful on-demand public transit services funded through Governor Lamont and Connecticut DOT's microtransit pilot program, including the Wheels to You program with Norwalk Transit District, Stamp Forward with the City of Stamford, Via New Haven with the City of New Haven, VTD to Go with Valley Transit District, and Extra Mile by River Valley Transit. As part of this program, the University of Connecticut is conducting a study to assess the performance and rider views of these services. VIA is proud to be a participant in the study, and in particular, because on every metric from ridership or efficiency to wait times or jobs and transit access, our microtransit services are reaching or surpassing expectations in Connecticut. Our microtransit services have provided over 370,000 rides since launch and outperformed peer microtransit deployments on the East Coast broadly in utilization, where we see 6% higher utilization, and wait times, where we see 15% faster ETAs. Over 60% of riders on VIA services report having no access to a personal car. Over 50% of riders use Sorry, was someone trying to say something?
No, we're fine.
Oh, okay, sorry. As I was saying, over 50% of riders use microtransit services to connect to other forms of public transportation. Over 50% of riders report an income under $50,000, and 20% have a disability. Our involvement in the University of Connecticut study builds on our participation in various government commissions, studies, and working groups on microtransit and innovative mobility more broadly, including at USDOT, the California State Transportation Agency, the Washington State Transportation Commission, and with the New Jersey Governor's Office. Beyond the assessment of performance of services today and potential improvements that can be made at the operational level in the future, we think it would be particularly exciting and a welcome opportunity in SB 390 to bring together operating agencies, mobility providers, advocates, legislators, and the Department of Transportation to collaborate together on a study that focuses on assessing the best governance models and dedicated sustainable state funding solutions for microtransit, particularly as we look beyond the one-year extension of current microtransit funding under discussion in this year's budget. My written testimony goes more into depth about what a number of states are doing. I will just briefly say, since I know I'm at time, I would love to highlight more Massachusetts, which has Senate Bill 2873, House Bill 4649, which would establish a commission to look at microtransit funding and governance, and happy to talk more about that if you're interested.
Submit your testimony? Did you submit your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Have a good
Thank you so much.
Amelia Thornton? Nope, press play.
Hello.
There you go.
All right. Hi there. Firstly, thank you, co-chairs Ostin and Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Amelia Thornton, and I am an employee of the Yale Prison Education Initiative, and I'm here today to express my fullest support for HB 5423. While the bulk of my work is supporting women incarcerated at a federal facility in Danbury, Connecticut, I have also had the privilege of working with 40 incarcerated scholars at McDougall-Walker Correctional Institute and with other groups of men and women incarcerated at Cheshire CI and York CI through my work with the Center for Prison Education at Wesleyan. The men and women I have met through my time in these programs have given me only the briefest glimpse into the profound humanity and potential behind the wall. They are kind, compassionate, and healing people. They propel me forward as an advocate, a peer, and a person. In short, my life has changed for the better because of these men and women. I strongly believe that substantive changes must be made to our punitive system in Connecticut and in the United States at large. We are the only country in the world that punishes children as adults, that holds them accountable for life, for the mistakes of their youth, and ignores science to do so. We punish rather than invest in our future. As a lifelong Connecticut resident, it is an overpowering shame that this state, one which I love and defend, lags behind others. That is why I'm so grateful for the efforts of the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee for their leadership in remedying this injustice. The first step, removing the arbitrary date of October 1st, 2005, and creating a framework for presumptive release, is an informed one, informed by science, by experience, and by real testimony from real people who remained incarcerated while their friends walked free despite parallels in crimes, sentences, and importantly, measures of rehabilitation. Those 100-odd individuals who could be released with the October 1st change or the 450 with the 26-year-old change advocated for by the JJPOC have not spent their time of incarceration waiting idly. They have transformed through education programs by earning their GED or pursuing post-secondary education opportunities. They have worked tirelessly in vocational programs. They have sought psychological counseling and drug rehabilitation. They have formed a community of love and support with their brothers and sisters. The broad, but still too small network of alumni and prison education programs, some of whom are here today and leading this change, that I have the pleasure of knowing, is composed of brave and inspiring community members, those who, despite the time missed in their communities, are the first to lead initiatives to give back. The decision to incarcerate, and especially to incarcerate children, should never be arbitrary. I support the recommendations put forth by the JJPOC, and particularly the Community Expertise Work Group, and thank this empowered group of people for pushing for substantive change in the landscape of incarceration in Connecticut and the country writ large. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I will submit written testimony.
Thank you. Kevin Wright? Kevin?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 5422, an act concerning a study of unidentified aerial phenomena. My name is Kevin Wright, and I am the CEO and founder of Solve Advocacy, and I'm here today on behalf of the New Paradigm Institute, a nonprofit dedicated to government transparency on the UAP issue, where I serve as congressional liaison. In that capacity, I've conducted more than 255 briefings on Capitol Hill with members of Congress and their staff related to UAP, emerging technologies, and unidentified craft operating in and around U.S. airspace. I want to emphasize at the outset that this bill takes a careful and measured approach. HB 5422 does not ask Connecticut to make sweeping claims or jump to conclusions. It simply asks for a serious study. That is a reasonable response to an issue that has already received sustained attention from Congress, the Department of Defense, military aviators, and members of the intelligence community. For many lawmakers and members of the public, this issue may seem trivial, but in Washington, this is a legitimate policy matter. Over the last several years, elected officials, senior military personnel, and intelligence professionals have testified under oath and spoken publicly about the reality of UAP incidents and the need for further investigation. The question before us is not whether Connecticut should endorse a particular explanation. The question is whether Connecticut should take seriously enough this issue to study it. I believe the answer is yes. There are three reasons why. First, air safety and security. We should know what is operating in and around our airspace. That does not mean assuming a threat where one may not exist. It does, however, mean that we should be gathering facts, studying the issue responsibly, and determining whether or not there are implications for aviation safety, public safety, or state-level coordination. Second, society and the humanities. UAP is not only a matter of defense or intelligence issues. It's also a broader question about how society processes uncertainty, how institutions build public trust, and how emerging subjects can affect philosophy, theology, and the social sciences. Serious questions deserve serious study. Third, science and technology. If some UAP cases involve advanced or poorly understood technologies, then studying the issue may help illuminate both opportunities and risks. A university-led assessment is exactly the kind of prudent first step a state should take before deciding whether further research capacity is warranted. At its core, HB 5422 is a due diligence bill. It says Connecticut should gather facts first, assess the value of deeper study, and proceed responsibly. For that reason, I respectfully urge the committee to support HB 5422. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Emmy Magliato? There we go.
Hello again, and thank you for allowing me to swap with Mr. James Jetter.
He had to get to work.
Thank you. He had to get to work. Good evening, co-chairs and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Emmy Magliato, and I am a resident of New Haven, testifying in support of HB 5423, an act concerning juvenile justice initiatives. I am also the program coordinator of the Yale Prison Education Initiative, a college and prison program that offers rigorous credit-bearing college classes and degrees for incarcerated students in Connecticut through a partnership with the University of New Haven. You heard from my colleague Amelia just a moment ago. I am testifying in support of all three recommendations put forth by the JJPOC, but my focus today will be on the Community Expertise Work Group recommendation, which plans to expand juvenile parole to emerging adults up to the age of 26 and eliminate the current sentencing cutoff date as of October 1st, 2005, which arbitrarily excludes over 200 people who committed crimes under the age of 21 from parole eligibility simply because of a calendar date. This JJPOC recommendation is rooted in scientific, evidence-based practices. We know the brain continues developing key critical thinking and impulse control functions through our late 20s, and yet many young people who commit harm are sent to grow old in prison without a meaningful opportunity to demonstrate their growth and rehabilitation. The recent UConn study that was mentioned earlier reveals an important truth. People who commit crimes at a young age are not irredeemable. They grow and change, and the law should honor that growth and build upon the successful expansion of juvenile parole in our state. Those released under 1584 are successfully reintegrating into their families and communities, contributing meaningfully to society by starting businesses and hiring fellow returning citizens, leading movements for healing and justice, and are significantly less likely to return to prison, with only 11% recidivating as compared to the 50% state average. This expansion would not be a get-out-of-jail-free card. Instead, it provides a meaningful opportunity to individuals who have grown up in prison and against all odds have participated in years and sometimes decades of transformative programming, including higher education, vocational classes, and other programs to demonstrate their full understanding of the harm that they've caused and their lifelong commitment to transformation and healing for themselves and others. Through my own work, I have the privilege to work with incarcerated and formerly incarcerated people across our state. These students are deeply dedicated to growth, education, and healing for themselves and much broader communities. These students and our growing network of over 50 alumni who have returned home, and the dozens of other formerly incarcerated alumni that I encounter from other programs in our state, have moved me here today to testify to the work, dedication, and change that is happening behind the bars, and the contributive possibilities of people in prison who could be made eligible for release through this parole eligibility expansion. These recommendations are an important step towards decarceration and true juvenile justice in our state, and allow us to invest in hope, people, and prevention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and you submitted it, right?
I did indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan Mary? Online. Okay. Dylan?
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dylan Darius Mary, resident of Newtown, where my family has lived since 1963. My grandparents immigrated to the US in the 1950s from Iran. My grandfather served in the Danbury area as an ophthalmologist for over 55 years. And my grandmother was a contemporary artist who fled the oppression of the US-backed Shah of Iran. I'm currently in Washington, D.C., accompanying my mom, Robin Ann, who's in mastectomy surgery at the moment. In 2023, I launched Dune Gardens LLC, a small-scale farm and education business dedicated to reconnecting people with the land through healthy foods and medicines. And I'm a new member of the Connecticut Food Sovereignty Collective with a belief in the need for a thriving ecosystem of food justice advocates and workers to address the many needs that Connecticut residents face. Our state faces the starkest hunger situation in all of New England, and there's an urgent need to address food insecurity, which has broad-ranging impacts on health, education, economic stability, and overall well-being of our entire society. I'm urging our state legislators to adopt and implement State Bill 401, an act concerning a bridge program to allow access to food, housing, and healthcare benefits. This program should be available to vulnerable persons as defined in the bill concept, including veterans, unhoused people, and people at risk of homelessness. There are folks, adults facing autism, people that have aged out of foster care systems, people that are aging, people that are immigrants who are losing access to these programs. Due to federal funding cuts, we need to include immigrants and anyone eligible for SNAP, Medicaid, and other housing assistance programs. Our state has the resources, the responsibility, and the strength to address these challenges, and I'm urging our legislators and all of those involved to please protect our residents by passing State Bill 401. Thank you for all your work on behalf of our state.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony. Meg Horrigan, online.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the whole Appropriations Committee for this opportunity to testify today. I'm Meg Horrigan, resident of New Britain and co-founder of the Connecticut Food Sovereignty Collective. We're dedicated to building power for regenerative, interdependent, and democratic food systems that nourish everyone. We deeply appreciate the introduction of SB 401, the Food, Housing, and Health Bridge Program. I truly believe this is one of the highest impact and boldest proposals before the legislature this year. You can really change people's lives for the better when so much federal policy is heaping harm onto us. This program should be available to vulnerable persons as defined in the bill concept, as well as immigrants who are losing access to these programs. As presented, it does not include immigrants, but everyone eligible for SNAP, Medicaid, and housing assistance prior to October 2025 should also be eligible for the bridge program because they have been impacted by these cuts. SNAP and Medicaid are some of our most vital, high-impact social safety net programs that offer flexibility to support people as they endure financial hardship, transition into a more supportive job or housing, provide care for family members, and navigate complex economic, political, and social systems that exploit and exclude the majority of us. These programs' flexibility was a strength, not a weakness, but this did not stop Congress from slashing them to offset tax cuts for the wealthiest and make historic exponential increases in immigration enforcement and military spending. Connecticut has the resources to counter this attack, and part of our response needs to be creating a bridge program for nutritional benefits, medical assistance, and housing. The definition of the program beneficiaries should reflect everyone impacted by SNAP and Medicaid cuts, including refugees, asylum seekers, and victims of domestic violence and human trafficking. Connecticut has the strength, resources, and responsibility to end food insecurity and ensure healthcare and housing for everyone in our state. It is unconscionable that Connecticut residents cannot afford housing in a state where so many people keep a second or third home, and that people cannot afford medicine in a state that's been made wealthy by insurance. We can fund the bridge program and other life-sustaining investments without cutting other services or raising taxes on the majority of residents through the stand-up CT fair share tax proposals promoted by the CT for All Coalition, and these bills are referenced in my written testimony. The fair share policies make our budget and tax structure more equitable, ensuring our most vulnerable residents have their basic needs met, while the wealthiest Connecticut residents will continue to be very comfortable. Please pass SB 401 concerning the bridge program, but expand it to include immigrants who have also lost access to SNAP and other programs. I've been reflecting during this hearing, as so many people have testified in support of many bills, including HB 5423, and how willing and uncurious the state is about some of its massive spending, the immense costs of mass incarceration. It's really worth asking what funding gets questioned and what funding just gets approved. What do we consider to be a valuable use of taxpayer dollars, like locking people up for years for things that they did as children, or providing housing and feeding for all of us to be supported and integrated members of society. More resources for food and basic needs, and less for punishing and caging people is at the heart of the Connecticut Food Sovereignty Collective's priorities. So I hope that you will also take this moving testimony from those advocates and support that bill as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy and your testimony. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Ellen Andrews, is she online? No? Okay. Michelle Newton, is she on? She's not online? Okay. Michael Adams? Ah, okay. Huh? Oh.
Good afternoon, Representative Walker, Senator Austin. My name is Michael Adams. I am the Legislative and Political Assistant for ASME Council 4. Our union represents over 33 public and private sector employees across the state of Connecticut, including many paraeducators in our public school districts across the state. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5446. I want to start by thanking the Appropriations Committee and the Legislature for the Paraeducator Health Subsidy Program, which has provided meaningful relief from the high cost of health insurance for paraeducators. We hope that the program will continue as we work to find a permanent solution on the paraeducator health insurance. I also want to thank the committee for raising this bill and recognizing the valuable and important work that paraeducators provide for our students and parents and their districts. Paraeducators continue to be underpaid even as the work they are asked to do increases each year. Paraeducators are often the first people called on to assist with students, whether it's behavioral care, physical, and personal care, feeding students, or helping them learn. Their low pay has resulted in vacancies across every district as people have to make difficult choices about their careers. We also support Section 4, which would provide retirement security for paraeducators by requiring the Board of Education to pay employee contributions to SEAMers or a retirement equivalent. When a paraeducator retires, the district they spent their careers working for will rarely provide retiree health insurance for them. They should not be treated differently from other school districts or municipal employees and deserve the same security in retirement. Retirement security will help retain paraeducators who want to help students learn and build a lasting career. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is Stella Rose.
Right here.
Okay. Hi, how you doing?
It is officially evening, isn't it?
You get about, sure.
Close to it. All right, so good afternoon / evening, everyone. My name is Stella Rose Duguay, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here in full support of House Bill 5423. I am one of the co-chairs for the Community Expertise Work Group, and I also am a youth organizer for the Center for Children's Advocacy. I don't want to take too much time talking about expanding parole eligibility because those who have been impacted the most, I can't beat their personal stories, but I will say this, it's not progressive at all. It's really a course correction for what the state got wrong in the past, which is why we have to remove that arbitrary date that is excluding over 200 people who committed crimes before their beautiful brains were developed a long time ago, and it's time to bring those people home. So I just want to really stress that. I also want to talk about the transportation bill. Before I was a youth organizer, I was a school counselor. And my point of view is that when we get education right, we won't need to expand parole eligibility because education is the key factor in preventing our young people from being involved in the juvenile system or the justice system, period. And I have a quick story about when I was a counselor, driving down the street, going to work, looked to the left and saw one of my students racing to get to school on time, and he was one of those kids who was trying to get it right, but not always doing the right thing. And I had a split-second decision to make. Do I pick him up and break the rules? or do I drive past the boy? And I'm a school counselor, so you know what I did? I pulled over and said, come on, let's go. So he hops in my car, we get to the stop sign, and someone hit me from the back at the stop sign, like a block away from the school. Literally the worst thing that could happen. It was a parent. And that parent was driving with a car that was broke down with bad brakes. The brakes went out, and she also had no insurance. And so we see how not addressing the transportation issue just compounds. So now we have an educator who broke the rule with a kid in her car, just trying to do the right thing, a mom just trying to get her 2 daughters to school with no insurance, and now she's in trouble. We're all about to be sued, and it just snowballs, and it's trying to get our young people to school. And we have a really unique opportunity to fix that. I look at Massachusetts, I look at New York, and those kids don't have that issue in the urban areas because they are permitted to drive, to take the metro or whatever it is. And I would just like Connecticut to catch up. I don't want to be an outlier for the wrong reasons, and I just thank you for pushing these recommendations forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stella Rose. Have a good evening. Thank you.
You too.
Mark Carmody, online. Mark? Good evening or good afternoon.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mark Carmody, and I've been a physical education teacher in Connecticut for the past 26 years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of HB 5446, which asks the Teachers Retirement Board to study situations where educators develop serious medical conditions while they're working, but are not diagnosed until after they leave employment. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share our story. My wife, Sarah, was a dedicated teacher for 22 years, serving the Connecticut students, first as a classroom teacher and then later as an assistant principal. In May of 2022, while the demands of her job as an assistant principal became more difficult, at the time we thought that it was simply stress of the job. And anyone who's worked in education understands how demanding school leadership can be. Our plan was for her to step away from the administrative role, take some time, reset, and eventually return to the classroom. But as that summer went on, it became more clear that there was something more serious happening. So 1 year later, in August of 2023, at just 47 years old, Sarah was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. Looking back now, the signs made sense. But at the time, we simply didn't realize what we were seeing. During her final year working, Sarah spent long nights on the computer trying to keep up with the responsibilities that she had previously managed with ease. What we believed was just stress what we thought was stress was actually just the early stages of this neurological disease that had already begun affecting her ability to function. At this time, Sarah is too young to collect a pension, and like many Connecticut educators, she didn't pay into Social Security during her career. The teacher's retirement system is the only retirement system that she paid into during those 22 years of service. Yet, because her official diagnosis came after she left employment, her application for her disability benefits was denied. As you know, many neurological illnesses, including early onset dementia, develop slowly over time. Symptoms can begin affecting a person's ability to work long before doctors are able to confirm a diagnosis. In a situation like ours, a teacher may leave a job because something is clearly wrong, but the medical explanation is not discovered until later. Under the current law, a teacher must be actively employed in the system at the time of diagnosis in order to apply for disability benefits. Because Sarah's diagnosis came after she left employment, her illness, which had already begun while she was serving students, does not qualify. That is why I believe the study proposed in HB 5446 is a thoughtful and responsible step. The study would allow the state to better understand situations where serious illnesses begin while someone is still working, but are diagnosed later, It would give policymakers the opportunity to examine the scope of the issue and determine whether safeguards or policy adjustments may be appropriate. My hope is simply that what happened to Sarah can help inform a better understanding of these situations so that other educators facing serious neurological illnesses are not placed in the same position. I appreciate your time and everything that you do for our state.
Thank you. And did you submit your testimony, sir?
I did.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope you have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Next, Ann Mailhot, remote? Nope. Okay. Barbara Armfield?
Already testified.
Okay. Cynthia Ross Zweig? Online. Cynthia?
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cynthia Ross-Zweig. I work as a paraeducator in the New Fairfield School District. I also serve as president of the Paraeducator Council of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, representing paraeducators across Connecticut. I am here today in strong support of HB 5446, but more importantly, I am here to speak for a workforce that rarely has the opportunity to speak for itself. Paraeducators are effectively minimum wage workers with very little benefits. They are parents who once had a child supported by a paraeducator and chose to give back because they saw the difference that support made. Others stepped forward because they saw the growing shortages in our school and did not want students to suffer because there were not enough adults to help them succeed. Today, Connecticut has over 18,000 paraeducators with a staff shortage of 1,400. They come from many backgrounds, but they share a common commitment, ensuring students receive education and support they are legally entitled to. The question before you today is simple. If not now, when? How much longer will we continue to kick the can down the road instead of treating this vital workforce with the dignity and stability every other worker deserves? Yes, this bill costs money, but the state already mandates the services districts must provide to students. It is only reasonable that we also ensure those services can actually be staffed. I ask you to imagine one day without a paraeducator in a school. Imagine the student who needs one-to-one support without anyone sitting there to assist. Imagine small reading and math intervention groups disappearing. Imagine teachers trying to deliver instruction while also managing behavioral, mobility support, and individualized assistance. Who helps with occupational and physical therapy support? Who helps the bilingual student understand their lesson? Who assists in the cafeteria? Who helps with feedings, the library, and on the bus? Who helps a student learn how to write their first paragraph? Or prepare a student for life skills programs for employment after graduation? And who handles the difficult tasks many people don't see? Behavioral intervention, personal care, and diapering for students with significant needs. Without paraeducators, those needs do not disappear. They simply go unmet. And when districts cannot offer a living wage, those positions remain unfilled. And it is the student who ultimately pays the price. There is also an inequity issue within this bill. While it provides 100% disability protection for teachers, it does not mention paraeducators. And paraeducators are quite often injured on the job due to the nature of their work. If we truly believe in fairness in education, those protections should include paraeducators. President John F. Kennedy once asked, "If not now, when?" Today, you have the opportunity to answer that question, because at the end of the day, how we treat the people who care for our most valuable students tells us everything about the people we are. Please support HB 5446. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, Maurice Blackwell. Yeah. Good afternoon, still.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Maurice Blackwell. I'm a Yale Prison Education Initiative College to Career Fellow, the Director of Community Outreach for the Justice for Everybody movement at Yale, and I'm a full-time student at the University of New Haven. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5423. When I was incarcerated as a young person, I often sat in the day room of the facility and imagined what life might look like if I were ever given a second chance. I would sit there thinking about the world beyond those walls, wondering whether I would ever have the opportunity to build a meaningful life outside. In 2023, Connecticut passed a law that allowed individuals who were under 21 at the time of their offense and sentenced before October 1st, 2005, to become eligible for parole. I was 20 years old when I was sentenced in 2002, which meant I was qualified under the law. Because of that opportunity, I was eventually able to return home and begin building the life I could only imagine while sitting in that day room. I've remained in contact with many people who are still incarcerated. Recently, I spoke with a friend who told me that if he were ever given the opportunity to come home, the thing he looks forward to most is something very simple: earning an honest living and paying taxes. Today, I pay taxes. I participate in conversations about communal healing through justice reform, and I founded a child literacy initiative called Youth Readers that helps children of incarcerated parents build confidence and opportunity through reading. Through that work, we invest in young people early, because when we support education and opportunity, we reduce the chances that young people will ever enter the system. Many of the young men I sat with in that day room were only a few years older than me at the time of their offenses, or they were sentenced after 2005. Because of those cutoff points, they were excluded from the same opportunity that changed my life. Research shows that young people continue to grow and mature well in their mid-20s. This bill recognizes that reality and simply extends the same opportunity to review to those who were left out by the earlier law. While I sit here today, I do not stand alone. I came from a community of people who have also grown, matured, and worked to better themselves over the years. They deserve the same opportunity to demonstrate their rehabilitation and show who they have become. Right now, there are still people sitting in those same day rooms, hoping that someone believes their future is still possible. The decisions you make in rooms like this determine whether those hopes remain distant dreams or become real opportunities for people to rebuild their lives. I urge you to support House Bill 5423 so that more individuals have the opportunity to demonstrate their growth and contribute to the communities they hope to return to. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And did you submit your testimony?
I will.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you very much. Have a great day. Thank you. Next, William Monty.
He should be on, but he is not.
Okay. Carmen Clarkin. There. Hi.
Good afternoon/evening. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Carmen Clarkin, and I'm the Special Assistant for Strategic Initiatives with Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children can reach their full potential. Connecticut Voices submits testimony in support of SB 401, an act concerning a bridge program to allow access to food, housing, and healthcare benefits, and suggests additional language to strengthen the bill, because we recognize the importance of such a program right now in this critical moment. For the sake of time, I'll focus my testimony on the components of the bill that focus on food assistance and healthcare specifically. As you may know, Connecticut faces a nearly $1 billion federal funding shortfall on food assistance and healthcare coverage alone in the upcoming fiscal year as a result of the congressional megabill H.R. 1, also referred to as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. While this figure is projected to grow significantly over the next few years and only represents cuts to food assistance and healthcare, even more worrisome is the impact to Connecticut residents. Between 2022 and 2024, an average of more than 828,000 residents in the state, including more than 212,000 children, have been living in poverty or near poverty each year. One of the biggest combatants of poverty in Connecticut is SNAP. Unfortunately, as a result of H.R. 1, we're already starting to see thousands of our state's residents drop off SNAP since December of last year, and we worry the numbers at the end of this year will be much higher than originally estimated. Coupled with the fact that Connecticut has the highest rate of food insecurity in New England and only spends half of what peer states spend per capita to combat the problem, fears about exponential rises in poverty are not unwarranted. In addition, nearly 1 million people in Connecticut rely on Medicaid and ACA subsidies to make healthcare coverage affordable. Despite the data telling us out-of-pocket medical costs are the leading driver of poverty, H.R. 1 includes cuts to healthcare that threaten to take coverage from 150,000 Connecticut residents. While the work requirements for Medicaid have not yet commenced, we worry that drop-off will parallel what we're seeing with the SNAP program. And although covered Connecticut enrollment has increased, the month we should be paying close attention to is April, due to the 3-month grace period to people on the ACA exchange. Closing federal budget cuts is critical to ensuring Connecticut's poverty rate doesn't increase and residents have access to affordable health care and food assistance, the very basic necessities. Excessive tariffs and rising household expenses, including but not limited to energy and gasoline, are putting increased stress on Connecticut families who were already struggling. Connecticut stands at a crossroads. Without action now, more residents may go to bed hungry, forfeit health care, and become homeless. Creating a bridge program as soon as possible to help support those losing access to critical social safety net programs, assisting with food, housing, and health care is a good and smart investment. Families Are in Need in Connecticut has the resources to do something this year. We appreciate everything the Appropriations Committee is doing, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I like your earrings, too.
Thank you so much.
Tell Emily we said hi.
I will.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well.
Next, Joseph Sokolovic. Online.
Yes, Sakalovic. Thank you so much. Very good. Greetings, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Joe Sakalovic. I'm Vice Chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education. I'm speaking mostly in my personal capacity today in partial support of Governor's Bill 5030 because it makes the state finally acknowledge what Black and brown communities have known for generations. Our systems produce racialized outcomes. But words without action are empty. Justice begins when the budget tells the truth. This bill requires the state to study disproportionate identification of Black and brown students to special education. It is an admission that inequity is not accidental, that it's not the fault of the children, the families, nor school districts. It is structural. And once the state admits that inequitable structure, it has a moral obligation to fund the correction, not shift the cost onto districts already harmed by decades of underfunding by the state of Connecticut. This is where appropriations come in. Studies cost money, implementation costs money, early intervention costs money, training costs money. Yet this bill creates new obligations without providing the resources to meet them. That is not a technical oversight. That is a policy choice. For decades, Connecticut has tied educational opportunity to property wealth, underfunding districts that serve Black and brown students. Communities that were redlined and excluded from wealth building are now expected to meet the same mandates as wealthy districts with far fewer resources. That is systemic racism expressed through fiscal policy. When early K-12 education is underfunded, the harm follows out throughout its career. When districts lack literacy supports, behavioral supports, mental health supports, and even librarians, they need more. And too often the system responds through special education because general education was never adequately resourced. Then the state studies disproportionality as if the answer isn't already in the budget. Special education makes the contradiction unavoidable. Districts are legally mandated to provide services. We do not get to opt out. Yet the state continues to underfund the excess cost grant, forcing districts like Bridgeport to cut general education just to comply with the law. That is not fiscal discipline. That is systemic draining of opportunity. And let's be clear, it's not because Connecticut lacks money. Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the nation. The General Assembly is currently considering revenue bills, HB 5187, HB 5133, SB 101, and SB 104. The Bridgeport Board of Education supports these bills wholeheartedly and using the revenue to raise and stabilize ECS funding by raising the amount to $16,500 or more immediately. If Connecticut is serious about equity, the path is clear. Fully fund the ECS, fully fund the excess cost grant, align revenue with justice. Equity is not a feeling, it is a line item in the budget. Racial justice is not a study, it is an appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
You too. Milana Rogers-Burnson?
Yes. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Milana Rogers-Burson. I live in Hartford. I am the co-founder of the Connecticut Food Sovereignty Collective and program manager for food justice and environmental justice at the Bailey College of the Environment at Wesleyan. I'm urging you to support SB 401, an act concerning a bridge program to allow access to food, housing, and healthcare benefits. And thank you for introducing this vital legislation to support Connecticut residents at risk of losing federal assistance. The bridge program should be available to vulnerable persons as defined in the bill concept, but also to immigrants and refugees who have also been and are going to be impacted by federal cuts, who are currently not in the language of the bill. In my work with college students, I see firsthand how food insecurity affects young people who are working hard to earn degrees and contributing to our communities. At UConn, a UConn student survey reported that 38% of students experience food insecurity, and also 1 in 5 college students across the state are food insecure. State SNAP supplements could be meaningful for students across Connecticut who are balancing tuition costs, housing, basic living expenses, while also pursuing their education. 1 in 7 Connecticut residents is food insecure, and Connecticut now has the highest rate of food insecurity in New England. And despite this, we're spending half as much per capita on food security measures as Massachusetts and Vermont. So expanding support through this bridge program would be an important step towards making sure this gap does not grow with the federal cuts coming down from HR 1. We also know that community food organizations are already stretched to their limits. Last year, the Connecticut Food Sovereignty Collective surveyed food distribution organizations across Connecticut, including food banks, food pantries, soup kitchens, farms, mutual aid groups, and faith-based organizations. 60 organizations participated in that survey, and they were from communities across the state, rural, urban, like Norwich, Winsted, Woodstock, Bridgeport, Hartford. About 10% of those who were surveyed are serving food to more than 1,000 people per week, and another 12% serve between 500 to 1,000 people weekly. And these are, small underfunded organizations and groups. They're also organizations that are doing vital work, but the emergency food system cannot replace a strong public safety net. So we really need the state to step up to fill these gaps. Over the next several years, Connecticut residents are projected to lose more than $1 billion in federal support for food, healthcare, and housing. And we know that we have the resources to step in and ensure that no one goes hungry in our state. This legislation could be funded through Connecticut for All stand-up CT, budget, and tax equity proposals. So I urge you to support HB 401. This program should also include immigrants and refugees who will lose access to SNAP and other programs. Connecticut has the strength, resources, and responsibility to end food insecurity and ensure healthcare and housing for everyone in our state. So thank you for your time, consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening. 66. William Monty? William Monty? Maybe. What? I don't see him.
William Monty, we see that you have been promoted
I'm here.
to panelist. Thank you.
There you go.
I'm here.
You can go ahead and testify. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 second, okay? I am having trouble with my machine. Okay. I'll start by saying that thank you very much for hearing me. Thank you very much for all of the time that you've spent. I cut off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You folks have gone on forever. I'll try to be brief. There are those who accuse our state leaders of hypocrisy, dissembling, favoritism. And that's not true. Unfortunately, though, in the case of the Mashantucket Pequot Mohegan Fund, there are a number of examples of all 3 of those traits. I'm speaking in favor of Senate Bill 388. And in terms of hypocrisy, our state leaders, I think, justifiably have condemned some of the federal cuts that have occurred, cutting our state back to $0. Well, in fact, for the last 7 years, our state leaders have done just the same thing to 44 municipalities in terms of the Mashantucket Pequot grant. In terms of dissembling, OPM announced that the reason for this full cutback was because these towns had equalized net grand lists per capita of greater than $200,000. OPM's actual figures on the Connecticut portal show that in 2019, more than half of those 44 were below $200,000 in per capita equalized net grand lists. And I was appalled by the assistant secretary's testimony to you folks yesterday. He completely ignored that. 8 towns were above $200,000, and they received the grants, continue to receive their Mashantucket grants. In terms of favoritism, the assistant secretary noted that OPM has increased the grants by a couple of $1 million. He neglected to say that that couple of $1 million went to one town. $1 million per year in 25 and 26. And in 27, 2 towns received $1.6 million, $800,000 each. If that money is available now, why couldn't those 44 towns be restored to their 2018 levels, which was $1.2 million? In closing, I compliment Senator Austin on her perseverance. I commend the legislature for, in 2023, recognizing that it was time to go back to the 1993 promise we made to the Mohegans and to the Eastern tribes. I urge the committee to restore the funds to pass Senate Bill 388 and get us back to a system that is fair and equitable. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Monti, for being persevering yourself. So I hope that we're successful, but we'll continue to persevere. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Next, Maurice Blackwell. Tashika Ruiz? No. Nope. No? Susie.
Number
72 is online. Okay, but 71's not?
No. No.
Okay. Okay, Susie?
Hello.
Good. Hello.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
All right. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Susie Panaganti, and I'm a political advocacy student from Fairfield, Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of SB 401 on behalf of the University of Connecticut's Health Policy Advocacy Coalition. Our mission is to mobilize students to identify specific issues within health policy and take action to rectify those issues through multidisciplinary engagement with public officials and the community. According to Connecticut Food Share, 1 in 7 residents, which is more than 500,000 people, including 1 in 6 children, which is more than 100,000 kids, are food insecure in the state. This shows the urgent need for programs like SB 401. While expanding the Bridge program may increase government spending, it provides the needed support to vulnerable populations who rely on these benefits to meet their basic needs. It also helps them reduce long-term healthcare costs by preventing more serious health complications that arises from food insecurity. As a state, we share a responsibility to ensure that those who are most disadvantaged have access to the basic resources necessary to live healthy and stable lives. But rising food and insurance costs make it so much harder for families to afford groceries or proper health care. For example, children experiencing food insecurity, especially, and poor health, often face negative long-term impacts that affect their academic performance, cognitive development, and overall well-being. And even pregnant individuals face increased risks of pregnancy complications. Therefore, investing in food security is not only humane, but like cost effective. Studies from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities show that food insecure individuals spend 45% more on medical care annually, suggesting that residents can reduce future healthcare costs. SNAP and Medicaid have continued to face reductions, as we know, and although SB 401 is designed to take effect only if the federal benefits are lost, addressing the issue now makes sure that these vulnerable residents are protected before the situation becomes worse. This system is meant to protect our people, and removing these benefits from underserved populations is inequitable and disproportionately harms those already facing significant challenges. SB 401 also includes employment support so people can use the housing and other assistance to stabilize their lives and pursue a career, giving them a real opportunity to move out of dependency. SB 401 plans to protect the dignity, health, and stability of Connecticut residents, and I respectfully ask this committee to support this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Jay Tolan? No. Thomas Greco? No. Islam?
Al Erdin Islam.
Yes.
How you doing? Nice to meet everybody. Peace, peace. My name is Al Erdin Islam, and I am the Director of Organizing for the Connecticut Justice Alliance. I speak today on behalf of my organization as well as the youth, families, and community members impacted by the justice system. I hail from a city that popularized violence in the form of cutting people in the face. This wayward and life-altering method, which bled out to the community at large, found its start in New York City's most infamous pretrial correctional institution, Rikers Island. I was placed there at the age of 16 and again at 18. Even though I did not yet have the words to articulate what the setting of such an institution had bred among its young captives, I had to adapt in order to survive. I found the community of young people in that same setting had produced an internal system of harshness towards each other, governed by criminality, shaped by fear, and rooted in an environment where empathy did not exist. The era I am speaking of is the same one in which, upon release from that same facility, Khalif Browder took his own life. I want to emphasize that he made this decision after spending 3 years detained pre-trial, only for his case to be dismissed. That place was not correcting anything. It was breeding savagery and breaking young men. And while my story begins in New York, the lessons apply directly to Connecticut, because here too, we continue to invest in systems that harm young people instead of communities that can help them thrive. Connecticut spends over $600,000 per year to incarcerate a single young person, a cost that exceeds the annual tuition of most elite universities and far surpasses the cost of community-based supports. These dollars are poured into facilities that research shows increases the likelihood of reoffending, not reduce it. Meanwhile, many of our cities struggle to fund the very programs that prevent harm in the first place: magnet schools, art programs, after-school enrichment, mental health services, and addiction recovery supports. These are the resources that build safety. These are the investments that keep young people connected to opportunity instead of pushing them towards the justice system. And we cannot ignore the fact that Connecticut maintains no right to shelter. On any given night, hundreds of youth and families experience homelessness or housing instability. We can find the money to incarcerate a child, but we cannot guarantee that same child a safe bed, a warm meal, or a stable place to sleep. Housing instability is one of the strongest predictors of justice involvement, yet our policies continue to prioritize punishment over protection. Every dollar we pour into incarceration is a dollar we steal from the future of our cities, from classrooms, from counselors, from recovery programs, and from the very supports that would keep young people out of the system in the first place. HB 5423 gives Connecticut the chance to correct course by adopting JJPOC's recommended amendments. This legislator can move us away from the costly, harmful, and ineffective systems of punishment and towards developmentally appropriate responses that actually work. These amendments reflect what research, lived experience, and community voices have been saying for years. Young people deserve care, not cages. I urge you to adopt these recommendations and help build a Connecticut where our investments match our values, where every young person has the chance to grow, heal, and thrive. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you for your testimony. Did you submit your testimony to the portal?
It was submitted for me, but it may be separate from this, but it means the same thing though.
Okay, yeah, it's not, okay, well, that's all I wanted to make sure. So thank you, and thank you for staying to the end. Thank you. Next, Andrew Zabrock. Right there. Ah, Zabrock, okay.
I'm all here.
Are you the last person to testify? No.
I am, I think
Shelby.
there's 15 or so more.
I'm sorry?
There are 15 or so more left. I'm not the last one.
Next, no, there are 2 over there.
Yep, in person.
Yeah. Go right ahead, sir.
In my notes, it says good afternoon, but at this point, I'm going to say good evening.
Yep, you're there now. It's 6 o'clock.
Co-chairs and members. My name is Andrew Zabrock, and I serve as the project coordinator for the Juvenile Justice Policy and Oversight Committee at the Tau Youth Justice Institute. I'm testifying in support of HB 5423, of which I've drafted the transportation recommendation, and I will speak to this as well as the truancy recommendation today. Connecticut law identifies student transportation as a required school accommodation, yet most urban high school students only qualify for bus service if they live more than 2 miles from a school. Earlier this school year, a 13-year-old girl was sexually assaulted walking to Bassick High School through an isolated industrial corner. Within that 2-mile radius, there was no transportation support. CD Transit discounted youth fare $140 per ride translates to roughly $500 annually, which could be a meaningful burden in cities like Hartford, Bridgeport, and New Haven, where approximately 1/4 of residents either live below the poverty line or lack access to a personal vehicle, and thus are reliant on public transit. Transportation barriers drive chronic absenteeism, limit access to after-school programming, and increase the risk of justice system involvement. The evidence is compelling. When Governor Lamont eliminated bus fares statewide in 2022, ridership rose 52% in Hartford and 37% in New Haven. When fares returned, ridership fell back to its original levels. The JJPOC recommends a 2-year pilot grant program funding public transit passes for high school students in up to 10 qualifying districts, those exceeding statewide averages for chronic absenteeism, with access to public transit before and after school. Students comprise only 6% of CT transit ridership, and a prior OFA estimate put a statewide youth fare at a high number, 3 million, but this pilot would be a fraction of that and would cost substantially less to the taxpayers. Moving on to truancy. Through JJPOC's prior efforts, such as the passage of Public Act 16-147, which removed truant youth from juvenile court in 2017, the word truancy as a concept was eliminated, and yet the word truancy remains in Connecticut statute, enabling the criminalization of school absence and stigmatizing students who need support and not punishment. The JJPOC recommends that the Education Work Group develop recommendations by January 1st, 2027, for repealing Connecticut's truancy statutes and incorporating necessary provisions into existing chronic absenteeism frameworks. Connecticut has the opportunity to be the first state in the nation to fully eliminate truancy from statute, completing work that began nearly a decade ago. And both recommendations share a common principle. Students who are disconnected from school need support structures and not legal labels. I will submit a written follow-up with exact language, as well as a detailed report over the various research studies which lead a case for these recommendations by Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to submit the testimony by Monday.
By Monday, yeah, by Monday at 5.
Okay, thanks, no problem. Mark Donald? Noel?
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Hi.
Quite all right. I'm here on the Zoom.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone, members of the Appropriations Committee. I am going to speak on HB 5423, but first I'd love to share an anecdote. As I hopped on this morning at the end of the workday, I heard some testimony being submitted from one of my former students. And for an educator, that normally is not a great thing if it's being submitted on their behalf and they're behind bars in Garner Correctional Facility. But this particular student, I had the pleasure of teaching inside of Garner as part of the Houstonic CT State Housatonic program, working with incarcerated citizens. And there were 13 students. And I told them about my professional life, which is the president and CEO of Catalyst CT, an agency that works with young people, trying to prevent them from getting in trouble and getting them out of trouble when they get in it. So as I taught these gentlemen that were incarcerated, many of them serving extended sentences, the narrative over and over is, man, I wish we had programs like yours. And, can we speak to the kids you work with? Because we don't want them to see like this. And so, of course, I didn't have much power. I was teaching them about organizational behavior. And as I thought about it more and more, and leaving Newtown every night at 9 o'clock at night in the winter and leaving these gentlemen behind, I was thinking, if they had had my programs, then 9 of them wouldn't have been in here. 9 out of 13 would have stayed out of the system. And that's the numbers I think that are critical in what I'm speaking about today, and support in that these services prevent unnecessary detentions and court involvement. And once, it's like a spider web, once a young person touches the system, we heard Mr. Islam, 16, 18, and then incarcerated for a bit. It's like a spider web. They're stuck in it. Our services and programs are cost effective, and they produce better outcomes. They strengthen the community, and as a result, the community is stronger, and the public is safer. It puts the public back in public safety. So I think, in support of HB 5423, it takes a critical step in requiring the executive director to detail current usage of these services and offer recommendations for expansion, because, there's programs that work. I'm part of a commission, the 119K to 0, which includes agencies who do great work with the most at-risk youth in Connecticut. And we have proven programs, proven models that work. Investing in these programs can only result in better impact for the young people we work. Connecticut's made a lot of progress and is a national leader in justice reform. By strengthening this community-based portfolio, we'll continue to strengthen that reputation in the system.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony. And did you submit your testimony to the portal?
Yes, I did. I didn't know that I was going to talk about one of my former students, so that's not on it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you anyhow. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for staying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next, we have, I'm sorry? Huh? Oh, my phone. Kara Rochelle. Representative Rochelle.
What are you doing here?
Kara, submit your testimony.
I know. Good evening, ladies. I will keep this brief. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, thank you so much for having me tonight. I am here to testify in emphatic support for SB 389, an act concerning youth employment and training funds. This is an important course correction when it comes to our training funds for youth summer job programs ages 14 to 24, so that we are making sure that the funding is aligning with the proportionality of disadvantaged youth across the state of Connecticut. I have 25,000 bosses in my districts, as does every state representative across the state. And I have 50% ALICE rates in my district, which means that half of my residents are struggling to cover their basic bills. All of the young people in my community come from these families. And it is important, as I'm sure you are aware, for these folks to have every advantage possible. So I would be remiss if I didn't show up in person to loudly declare that we are so appreciative that you are putting this bill forward, and we look forward to getting this passed so we can get additional resources to our community. Our young people are signing up in droves for this program, and we want to make sure that every last student who deserves to be in the program can be in the program.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, where do you want me to go? Noel? Not here. Adrian, 79. Adrian Douglas?
Not here.
Not here. Number 80, Kaushik? Mahish?
Online.
Kau.
Online.
Yeah?
Go ahead. Go ahead, you can start.
Sorry, you said number 80?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
that's you.
All right, hello, members of the committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Kaushik, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5447 on behalf of UConn's Health Policy and Advocacy Coalition. I believe this bill could be beneficial for many members of our community, specifically those who suffer from mental illness, disordered eating, and financial instability. There's currently one acute medical treatment center called the Walden Behavioral Health Care, where the treatment of eating disorders in Connecticut. And at the same time, our state has no eating disorder specific legislation and no dedicated statewide commission or working group focused on identifying gaps in care and improving access to treatment. And this bill is an important step forward because it helps identify existing resources and to develop stronger guidelines to improving healthcare across the state. This bill also focuses on studying food insecurity and the benefits of a holistic diet. Connecticut's data shows food insecurity has significantly worsened, with more than 516,000 residents affected in 2023, and 26% of households with children reporting food insecurity. And this matters because food insecurity can impact physical development and emotional well-being. By reviewing the progress of working groups concerning eating disorders and food insecurity, this bill promotes greater accountability and helps ensure that these issues are not overlooked and neglected. And finally, this bill addresses an equally urgent and often invisible crisis, which is the complete absence of a dedicated inpatient psychiatric facility in Connecticut for young people aged 14 to 21 with intellectual or developmental disabilities. According to Connecticut State Council on Developmental Disabilities, approximately 43,000 individuals are living with developmental disabilities in our state, and 35% of those have an intellectual disability. And we think that this bill is really important in addressing those. So to conclude, passing the bill 5447 could hold a monumental impact on our community, and it would be an important step towards ending the trade-off many of our friends, families, and communities face between sacrificing their mental well-being and their basic needs for survival. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony this evening. Okay, so Heiklis Williams on remote. Is he there? Okay.
It's I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Heiklis Williams, and I am the president for ASME Local 3429, representing nearly 400 paraeducators and other support staff in New Haven Public Schools. I am pleased to submit this testimony in strong support of HB number 5446. This legislation is a policy adjustment that is necessary to invest in the people who make our education system function every single day. By strengthening retirement security, disability protections, and fair compensation, this bill directly supports the educators who support our children. The bill's requirement for a comprehensive study by the teachers' retirement system is both timely and essential. Paraeducators are the cornerstone of student learning, yet their compensation has long failed to reflect the importance of their work. This bill finally begins to correct that. Paraeducators are required to have a college degree, 60 college credits, or pass the Parapro test. In New Haven, the majority has college degrees up to master's degree. A minimum salary of $45,000 is a statement of respect for paraeducators who play such a critical role in the classrooms. Ensuring close to a livable wage is essential to hiring and retaining skilled, dedicated professionals. A state subsidy to close the gap between current salaries and the new minimum is a thoughtful, realistic approach that acknowledges the financial pressure districts face. It supports collective bargaining efforts and ensure that raising wages does not come at the expense of other essential services. This bill is a clear demonstration of the state's commitment to strengthening public education by valuing the people who make it possible. When we provide fair compensation, reliable benefits, and meaningful protection, we send a powerful message. Educators matter, and their well-being is directly tied to student success. By passing this bill, there will be a decisive step toward attracting and retaining talented teachers and paraeducators, the individuals whose dedication shape the future of our communities. This is an investment in the quality of education across the state of Connecticut. Thank you so very much. This is well deserved for our paraeducators, and I hope and pray that you'll all support this.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
You do the
Senator
same.
Shaw?
Thanks.
Hi. Didn't I just see you on? Where
did she go? She left.
Oh, she's behind there. Oh, was Shelby? Shelby. She left. Okay. Well, we'll pass her. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Connecticut Project Action Fund. Thank you for your opportunity, the opportunity to testify in support of SB 401, an act concerning a bridge program to allow access to food, housing, and health care benefits. At its core, this bill recognizes something fundamental. Federal policy changes should not push Connecticut residents into hunger, homelessness, or loss of health care coverage. Nobody should have to choose between seeing a doctor and putting food on the table, especially when our state has the ability to prevent it. Right now, Connecticut is facing major disruptions to core safety net programs. Federal cuts to Husky could put up to 200,000 Connecticut residents, including babies, children, seniors, and people with disabilities, at risk of losing health coverage. At the same time, changes to SNAP could leave roughly 58,000 Connecticut residents at risk for losing food assistance. These programs are lifelines for communities across our state, particularly for our most vulnerable residents. For example, about 9,000 veterans in Connecticut currently rely on SNAP to help put food on the table. Importantly, many people are losing benefits are still eligible. They are losing assistance because of paperwork issues, verification delays, or difficulty navigating new federal rules. SB 401 is an important step forward because it directs the state to develop a coordinated bridge strategy to help residents maintain stability while they regain federal eligibility. However, the bill requires the development of a plan before implementation, and families facing benefit losses need support now. That's why we urge the committee to also establish a targeted SNAP transitional benefit fund as an interim solution. A state-funded transitional benefit modeled on the average Connecticut SNAP benefit of about $194 per person per month could provide short-term nutrition support while the Department of Social Services resolves eligibility issues and restores federal benefits. Without a bridge like this, Connecticut risks losing millions of federal SNAP dollars that would otherwise flow into our local economy, while hunger rises and pressure grows on food banks and emergency systems. Ensuring families maintain access to food assistance also helps prevent downstream costs in healthcare, homelessness services, and other emergency supports. SNAP is one of the most effective economic supports we have. Every dollar generates about $1.50 in economic activity, supporting local grocery stores, farmers, and food producers across the state. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to support SB 401 and establish a SNAP transitional benefit fund so Connecticut residents do not fall through the cracks during this period of federal disruption. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for staying and submitting your testimony. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
I know. Okay. I'm going to go Drew Michael McQueenie. Nope. Okay. And Anuj Shah. Yale. Aha. Well, how do you pronounce your first name? Anuj. I did.
You got it right.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I butcher everybody else's. So go right ahead.
So, good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Austin. My name is Anuj Shah. I live in New Haven. I'm an international medical graduate, and I'm currently a graduate student at the Yale School of Public Health. And I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5421, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. This bill addresses a very simple but very important part of patient care, whether a patient is actually able to function safely. As someone with medical training, I believe that healthcare doesn't end with diagnosis, treatment, and discharge. My cousin had Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and I firsthand saw him on a wheelchair for 10 years and the struggles he had to face with this. This bill creates a fund dedicated for the Department of Public Health, and I feel the fund should be focused on two things. The first thing, mechanical lifts for people with disabilities. I heard so many testimonies today, and so did you, and from a medical perspective, I absolutely get where they're coming from. A patient may be medically stable, but if they can't be moved safely from bed to chair, from wheelchair to toilet, or from the wheelchair to the endoscopy table, I feel the care is incomplete. I feel that without the right equipments, transfers are dangerous, they are painful, and sometimes a little humiliating. Patients are at risk, and so are the caregivers and the medical staff. And that's the other thing which I like to focus on, is the medical staff. I think everyone at the hospital works very diligently and everyone is very competent. But without the right training, not much can be done. I feel a part of the fund should also be focused on giving the medical staff the right training of what's supposed to be done so that the direction is taken in the right way. I really appreciate about this bill, and this bill is focused and it's practical. It identifies a specific need and it clears a fund for a specific community. In medicine and in public health, we often talk about patient-centered care. To me, patient-centered care includes the treatment, but it also includes the tools one needs to live safely and function with dignity. For those reasons, I respectfully urge you to support the House Bill number 5421, and I really appreciate the time and the dedication you guys are putting into this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
John O'Connor. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is John O'Connor. I teach in the Sociology Department at Central. I'm a member of CSU-AUP, the faculty union that represents close to 3,000 members in New Britain, Danbury, Willimantic, and New Haven. My union is an AFT affiliate, part of CBAC, and a proud member of the Connecticut for All Coalition. Like others, I've appeared before this committee many times before for many different things. It's almost always to stop this or that bad budget adjustment. Today is a strange day. I'm testifying in support of a bill that is both smart and needed by the people of our state. SB 401 would establish a plan for a state-funded bridge program for persons who are at risk for losing federal food, health care, and housing assistance. As many associated with this hearing know well, H.R. 1, Trump's big, beautiful bill, is ugly stuff. It will worsen the inequality that defines our state, with the gap increasing between West Hartford and East Hartford, between Westport and Bridgeport. But most important, the policy lunacy coming out of Washington will increase the inequities among people that occupy the same place within the income distribution. That is why SB 401 is so important. It potentially provides a lifeline for those that are the most vulnerable in our state. It helps ensure that those who have lost SNAP eligibility and those that will lose Husky eligibility this coming October will be protected. The bill will be strengthened if legally present immigrants are included in the definition of vulnerable people. SB 401 would address the fact that spending cuts contained in H.R. 1 will occur after the 2026 elections. It will help our social safety net in Connecticut that the federal government is destroying. I would also like to speak in favor of HB 5446, an act that addresses paraeducators' salary and retirement contributions. For anyone involved in the world of education, it's a well-known fact that paraeducators are the classroom heroes. They deserve a living wage and a decent retirement just like all of us. Connecticut for All's stand-up agenda focuses on the importance of raising revenue to meet our state's needs. This means we should increase the highest marginal rates for high earners, establish a capital gains and dividend surcharge, and establish the mansion tax. We need to adjust the fiscal the state's fiscal controls. Budget surplus and a packed rainy day fund always needs to be used to help those in need. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming up here to testify.
Were you out there with the crowd?
I was.
Oh, okay. He said, oh, while I'm here, let me go do that. Okay, no problem. What's your name? Are you testifying? Huh? No?
He
No?
was the star downstairs.
Oh, he was there, okay. So there's nobody else?
Anybody online?
Anybody online?
No, we have no one left in the waiting room online.
So we can close this public hearing at,
Can you ask her if we have, what's our next thing so she can?
put it on record? Okay, what do we have to do next?
So our next official business item will be on March 16th, when we'll be hearing the NP2 contracts.
Oh.
And then on March 20th, we'll be hearing the deficiency bill. And
Really? The real deficiency bill?
Well, the deficiency bill that we received from the governor is what we'll be hearing.
So that's not the real deficiency bill.
It is what we have so far.
Okay.
It is what we have.
So far, I know.
It is what we have.
The contracts in?
I have no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Come on up. We didn't end yet. We have her. Come on up.
Did you stop?
She was trying to get out of not.
Did you stop the?
Yeah.
Oh, we stopped taping.
Oh, I already put, I'll send
You didn't want to testify in the first place, so give it.
No, I was prepared.
I want you to come up here and testify to Tony and I. Come on, so right now.
You don't tell her now. I wasn't going to say.
Right now.
Come on, Shelby.
Come
on, Shelby.
All day.
Yeah, you've been here
for
all
the
day,
support.
running around. Come
For
on.
support. I was just talking to, do I start from the beginning?
Yes,
Or you guys?
we want the formal testimony.
Oh, man. Okay. Can, like, oh. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Greetings, co-chairs, Representative Walker, Senator Osteen, ranking members.
Austin.
It doesn't matter. Tony.
I'm messing. Go ahead. I'm gonna mess with her.
Rank and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Shelby Henderson Griffiths. I'm a project manager of community partnerships and mobilization at the Tau Youth Justice Institute. Our institute is dedicated to Connecticut's youth, and the Tau is a unique partnership using research-driven community and interdisciplinary models to enhance, improve, and inform solutions regarding youth serving systems. While we're most known for advancing juvenile justice reforms and our support with the JJPOC, we also play a critical role in shaping the children's behavioral health policy as administrators of the TCB committee. I think with that being said, that gives us a distinct viewpoint, which underscores the vital importance in ensuring policies affecting young people are rooted in what we know about their development, what we know to be fair, what we know to be just, and ultimately what we know to lead to positive outcomes. So enough about us. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to support this critical legislation raised today. So I definitely want to show you guys my strong support, which seeks to modernize Connecticut's justice system by aligning it with the developmental science and constitutional proportionality, correcting a significant glitch in our current statutes, and addressing a long-standing racial disparities. The proposed framework presents a necessary developmental jurisprudence that reconciles our legal statutes with the biological realities of human growth and the constitutional principle that children are different. So today, through the joint efforts with the JJPOC and the Community Expertise Group, we're finally facing a profound moral, fiscal, and alignment within our state's sentencing architecture. Connecticut is holding on to a law we know to be indefensible, scientifically, morally, and constitutionality. The bill is necessary. The bill is necessary to reconcile our statutes with the biological realities of human health. And we know that it moves the state beyond punitive paradigms of the late 20th century towards a framework of developmental jurisprudence. We now know, not as theory, but as a scientific fact, that the human brain does not fully mature until around the age 26, and yet our statutes still pretend that turning 18 magically transform a developing adolescent into a fully formed adult, but it does not, and it never has. And our own systems outside of the justice system acknowledge this. The healthcare, education, child welfare, all extend the protections to support youth over the age 25 or beyond, because we know young adults are still growing. So to put the injustice in human terms, some of these individuals that we're talking about who don't qualify for the October 1st, 2005 date have been incarcerated longer than they were alive. So before their arrest, some entered the system as teenagers and they're now middle-aged. Some have spent more birthdays behind bars than they've spent being free. And still, we refuse to even look at who they've become. Not release them, not guarantee anything, just to look. A core structural strength of the recommendation supported by the JJPOC is to implement the creation of a work group under the community expertise group. I believe that this is the strongest part of this legislation because it's proactive and it's designed to move our state beyond a reactive model. I think that this is perfect because we can talk about changing the date, but I think more than changing the date is how we change the date. I guess when I looked at a lot of the policy why it's appropriate for the Appropriations Committee, I thought about like how do we actually get here, and this led me to look at the truth in sentencing laws that came from the 1994 federal crime bill. And when Connecticut actually changed the law to 85%, it was to receive incentives by the federal government, and that was to create, to build more prisons. And I think from my research, just looking at the budgets, I believe it was about $9 million, and that was in 1984. But we have since the BOP, their budgets have quadrupled, the DOC budgets have quadrupled. And I think that we know what works. When we look at the data, we know that people are not getting reincarcerated. We know from whether it's New York, whether it's California, Pennsylvania, I think all of the data, even our own data in Connecticut is telling us the same thing. So I urge the committee to accept the recommendations. It's not leniency, it's not softness, this is accuracy, this is responsibility, this is safety, and this is fiscal sense, and it's justice that reflects the reality, not a calendar date. Yeah. Did you guys time me? No.
No, Madam Chair, I have not received any more contracts. I've heard. So what I believe it means is then they have to be ratified, and then a week from that point, in theory, is when we'll be in possession of them. And then at that point, I have 15 days to schedule a hearing. Have a great night.